poetry. Zewande.
Esengihlala ngezwa kushabana engalesaba ejele emina ngasini engalesaba ngokwesintu igama ithongo mina bangithiya ngamathathu amalimi babesaba ukugeja elokuqala bathi uzewande bathi ungcolosi no elesibili bathi ubantu elesithathu bathi ukagiso amalimi amathathu namhlanje ngize ngamabili amagama kuyisibusiso ukuhlala phakathi kwamadoda nezinsizwa sikhulumisane sibonisane ngoba la ngaphandle la eminyango la kunobhuqa ndoda esingawukhulumi ngokuphelele la ngaphakathi la kunokuyibulala ngizokhuluma ngesilolo ngizokhuluma ngomzwangedwa ngizokhuluma ngokukhahlela kokhahlamba namhlanje yonke indoda la iyakwazi umihleli yodwa ukuthula komqondo mhlambe ithi ngikutshele ngolami usisi kwesinye isikhathi ngicabanga ngithole ngingedwa ngibona ngisemsamo ngishumayeza ukubonda ngendlala ngiwubende lwenyama engadliwe la ekhaya ukudla sisekwaphela sesiphila ngokuthandana silala sigunya umkhuleko sivuke siyongcwaba kusasa asazi kuzoshona bani umafungase useyijuba likaNoah uphuma ngelesikhova eyokhangeza ngesiqebhezana sikhuleka kuseguga amadolo kodwa eziko kusagida ibhungane ugogo uthola izibazi zendlala ngihudululaka usemsamo ukhonkotha umkhuleko umvile inqanga umgqiba ngodaka ngisho amathongo oshongolola gide emhlana ugogo waphenduka ukhonkolo samngcwabe ekhala la ekhaya sekwaphela ukukhuleka ukuhlupheka sesikumema ngekhwele ingoma yezintandane umafungase ucinga icebo lesiqephezana umshana sivuke isidumbu samembozo kokugcina la ekhaya sithola ukuthukuthela nokuthula kuyakhala umhlaba uyahlaba kuyashisa kuyahlela usho uma ungakuzwanga ngizokuphindela ngithi ngize ngamabili namhlanje elinye lawo lithi engakhali ifele embelekweni bodla ndoda elesibili lithi iba ihlombe kumfowenu mhlawumbe ithi ngikutshele ngolami usisi siphambene ngolimi khona ongeka kuzwe. She said, write me a happy poem, something uplifting, because maybe if you wrote with a smile and not your tears, and maybe if you wrote about your hopes and not your fears, and maybe if you wrote about your dreams and not your feelings, and maybe if you didn't force your emotions down my chest, then maybe you might have a greater following. But maybe this is not a conversation we should be having, because clearly you cannot see the lack of distance between these words and me. I mean, how can I hope to fix anyone else when I can barely gather myself? People like me build shelters on the corners of drifting smiles. We build homes where dreams come to die. We are not alive long enough to stay alive. We feed on ourselves, so we hang on depression. Those clips keep us together. Our sanity is literally held in place by the grace of God. She says, write me a happy poem. So I write her a happy poem. See, I am a slave to this here black cloud, this hideous black cloud, hovering pit, sipping at my spirit, has my skin quivering, shrinking. Sometimes it feels too tight to hold my bones in, so I come here to unlock this epidermis cage, to step on this here stage, to counsel myself with this here mic and resolve my pain. There are deep pressing feelings of depression, deep in, pressing against this already charred skin. Eyes just standing by, looking to break in, breaking delicate pieces. There are lonely spaces between success and dreams, quivering seas, oceans looking to pull you in. I've started to talk to the stains in my words, and it feels like the pain only gets worse for me. Sanity comes in a verse. These are the parts of me I feed your applauses and your snaps, to balance the gaps, to momentarily feed off your energy, to keep these thoughts from killing me. Sometimes it feels like I speak too much, or I speak too soon, or I speak too loud, or I say too much, or I hold back too much. Meditation helps with nothing. My breaths are filled with daggers, nostrils cut and bruised from trying to breathe in. I have tried to inhale stillness, but the air around me is filled with shuriken blades, looking to slice and dice any form of life. I have tried to be positive, but my truth will not let me. So when you finally hear your happy poems filled with hope, I hope you finally decide to release the greatness trapped inside and do not think of me instead. Ngithi ndoda bodla, ngithi ndoda engakhali ofele mbelekweni, ngithi kuwena iba ihlombe kumfowenu. Siyawazi ubhuqa ndoda esingawukhuluma esingamadoda. Mhlambe sididana ngolimi, mhlambe olamusizo uluza ngoba sididene ngolimi. Ngithi siyawazi ubhuqa ndoda, ngithi siyawazi ubhuqa ndoda ophakathi kwethu. Siyababukela abafowethu beyilengisa, beyigwinyisa, sibe obani thina. In our communities, no matter how poor you are, no one will ever call you black trash. Singabantu siyakha, siyakhana, siyakhisana, siyakhelana. We build each other. We build with each other. We build for each other. Nanto lwami usizi ngenye indlela ndohlwaye, wena mkhwezeli welanga, wena mqhubeli wesibhakabhaka, wena mlozi wemifula, ndohlwaye mgcina impilo. Ngibavile bendisuma, bendixabela ngamagama, bendizuma, ndixakiwe kukusukuma, bandichacha ngamazinyo, bezivunguvungula, ndilahliwe ndiyinkunkuma, bandibasa ngomlilo ongapheliyo, bendiguquguqula, bathi ndilithole lingcengceze ngqeleni. Ubudoda bam bafele mbelekweni, bathi ndazalelwe emseleni kwintsentezeliwa, ndakhuliselwa emgxobhozweni. apho ndime khona kubuna ingca neliqhelane ezinkomenini, ndibhikile bububhatyabhatya, ndixatyelwa ngentonga nezagweba nomqolo uthwele amanxeba, ndilixhoba lomvandedwa, andiphili ndiyaqengqeleka, umzimba ayozingceba nengcinga ziyachitheka, usuku nosuku, umzuzu nomzuzu ndiyaziva, ndiyafayilanga livuka nemiphanga, elam igazi laphalala ntsuku nje, imithambo ixovayo udaka, bathini? Intanga zam ziyakha, mna ndiyadiliza. Abazali bayanaba, abam bayachiphisa. Intanga zam ziyatyala, mna ndithetha indiza. Abazali bayatya, abam bapheka indiza. Ebomini ndilutshaba, ekhaya ndilusizi. Ndona ngokuzala ndakhwesha ndibulawa ndarhujula amangcwaba emasimini, bathi ndingunyana wesibhanxa osimelele ngobudenga ndilixhitala ngezizandla, ndaziwa ngobubhekebheke ndisisicaka sikaqhamata, ndisisigqila kweli hlaba ndithi vumani izithixo zamagqoba, nanku umthendeleko, nanku umzimba womnikelo, vumani izithixo zokuswela, nale gazi nantsi inimba. Mandibe ngumgquba emgqubeni, engakhali ifele embelekweni, iba ihlombe kumfowenu.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, wasn't that beautiful? I'm sorry I had to cut him short. I hope you will forgive me. Zawando Bengu. One more round of applause. Thank you, Machita. You know, at EmpowaMen, we're not sexist. Some of the best people who are putting this together are actually not men. So I want to present to you Kirsten Alexander. She's the producer of EmpowaMen. Kirsten.
Good morning, all you gorgeous men. Ooh, yeah. So, like all good marketers, I'm going to take 4 minutes to tell you a little bit about EmpowaWorks. Hopefully my slides will be up shortly, and the quicker we can do that, the better. Just to give you a quick overview, EmpowaMen is brought to you by EmpowaWorks. We're a strategic marketing agency. We do an awful lot of marketing for other companies, and we also have a number of different platforms that speak to transformation in various different sectors. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Empower Youth. We have a whole week long of incredible things happening next week in the Vaal area. And Empower Youth is really about bringing jobs and opportunities to the youth where they are, because we know we have a major, major problem in this country. Our youth are suffering, and we want to bring them hope. We want to bring them a way in which to be viable contributors to South African economy. I'm going to play a short video, and you can see how amazingly vibrant our youth are and how we're helping them.
Before the end of this year, 2023, we will have visited the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, the Free State, and we will be left with one province to visit, being the Western Cape.
Today, I'm proudly to announce that we are looking for plus minus 25 people immediately that will be hired on the spot. I am hiring people as I speak today.
We will present who are the winners, 3 winners that will get their 50,000.
We also will add something to those people who pitch, depending on how good your pitch is.
What we offer as ABSA for small businesses is an account called a Business Evolve.
Mapule will give you mentorship, and will assist you to get funding.
We are putting down money, the committee 1.4 million.
And we're looking forward to partnering with you, because in you we see not only the future of Orange Farm, but the future of the country.
I came to attend the Empower Youth, got a sponsor for me from Bonpeg.
Hi everybody, I'm Winnie Lamani. I attended Empower Youth Week in Orange Farm 2021, who then unlocked doors.
Connected. It is inspiring. And let me tell you, our youth are inspiring. What we'd like to just talk to you about now is if you'd like to get involved in any way at all, please do come and talk to us, because we're doing something extraordinary in this country. And it's not just Orange Farm, it's not just the Vaal. We've been all around the country, and we're going to continue to do so. Now I'm going to talk to you about women. You want to know about women, don't you? We transform them as well in various different ways. We have our annual Leadership Summit that's happening in August, and I'd really like to ask you to tell your wives, girlfriends, moms, sisters to come along. We're going to have 8,000 women looking at 20 different industries and speaking to transformation and speaking to mentorship and speaking to how they can take on these leadership roles in a really beautiful and positive way. We also have a number of monthly conversations that happen, and we're also going to be doing next year International Women's Day with a number of different embassies in the country looking at giving women opportunities from South Africa on the global stage. So we've got an awful lot going for Empower Women, so really do encourage everyone to join us as we go on that journey as well. Another little video for you. It's a quick, short one.
Rise, woman, rise. Rise, woman, rise. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Kumfazi, insika yendlu Africa. Remember, you are the lioness.
Women's Month activity where I have seen so many women. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
We need to get to a point as women where we work together to create change in all these various industries.
If you teach a man to farm, his family will eat. But if you teach a woman to farm, a community will eat.
Be very deliberate in saying, this is what I want, this is how I want it, and this is what I will give you in return for what I'm given.
Be clear about what you want.
Don't be afraid to start small, you know?
If not you, then who? At times, we are expecting more of others than we expect of ourselves.
It's less about fear and more about courage, because you will be afraid, but do it afraid.
Empower Women is bringing something that has been missing.
Get up, wipe out the dust, stand tall. There is nothing small about being from the South. We are as good as it comes. There's no success in the world without your input.
No one can stop you.
Thank you so much, Tim, for the sleepless nights. Thank you for the hard work and for the dedication.
You do not have the luxury to feel pity for yourself. Take charge of our lives and make this country a better country to live in.
Because each stage will have a panel of industry leaders.
The Empower Women Leadership Summit in Johannesburg aims to inspire change by providing spaces for women to connect, learn, and amplify their voices.
I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Go and lead us in the world. Thank you.
Right, advertising plug over. Just to let you know, we do an awful lot. And everything that we do with excellence, and we do with a view towards positive action. Today's your day, so here's to the men. Good luck.
Wasn't that wonderful? It's so inspirational, and I saw some really, really beautiful people on those videos, if you see what I mean. I know Kirsten is very diplomatic, says, please, for the women's conference this year, invite your wives, your sisters, and your girlfriends, she said. But I know some of you have got more than one. Invite all of them. Now, moving right along, we are going to hear from the man behind the whole idea of EmpowaWorks, EmpowaMen, EmpowaWomen, the founder of EmpowaWorks, Mr. Simphiwe Masiza. Inja ye game.
Thank you so much. Sanibonani bafowethu. Ninjani bafowethu? Sanibonani bafowethu. Yena ngathi nilele nje. Yeah? Yena ngathi nilele. Ni grand. Siyabonga ukuthi nifikile. You know, I was saying only 5 minutes, if not less than that. I was saying that we have done a research that confirmed that people who sit in front, like you guys, you are genetically smart, you think outside the box, you have an organic wisdom, you have a foresight of a prophet, and you have a theosight of a pope. Labo bahlala emuva, research has confirmed that you guys have a strong sex appeal. And then laba bahlala in between. Abona nina nihlala in between ngaphakathi kwendawo. Research has confirmed that you guys will carry both qualities. Kushuthi ngamanye amagama nina niyizinja, yaba. Top dogs. I'm joking, there's no research like that. Ngiyayibona lese movie azuthi abona ngikutshelile ntwana ukuthi i-data iyayiconfirma lento le. Guys, thanks a million. The concept EmpowaMen started almost 5 years ago, you know. It started with few guys. It was 4 of us. We moved to 10 of us. The latest gathering that I had, it was almost 100 people in Ekaya, in the house that I had. And then we decided to say, you know what, let's scale this because there's a need for Amachita, Amadota to have a safe space where they can ventilate, issues that they are struggling with. And therefore, it is a privilege for me to welcome all of you and to encourage you to ask as many questions as you can. Because, and I was saying to the team yesterday, Oguti, there's something called a butterfly effect. A butterfly effect, it means somebody was saying that when a butterfly, deep down in Amazon, when it flings its wing, it affects a weather pattern in India or a den of lions. Ngamanye amagama, our role is just to shift paradigms, just to shift perspectives, and also to strike an emotional chord so that we start a conversation, njengamadoda, a conversation that will heal this, this nation. But over and above, let me also extend my gratitude or our gratitude as a firm to social development or the Department of Social Development, to come in as one of our partners, to NetBank, to our media partners, which is SABC, Made in Guardian, One Gospel, and to Youth Start Foundation. I also want to extend my gratitude to the dedicated team, behind Empower Works, but in particular behind Empower Women. Kirsten Alexander, you saw her. Jessie, Matlo, where's Jessie? She has been working around the clock, burning the midnight oil. How's Jessie? Where's Jessie? She left the office around about 12 o'clock last night. She was working around the clock, and I just want to extend my gratitude to her. And that is Sichaba, the co-founder, Sichaba Mutsielwa, and everyone else, behind the scenes at EmpowerX, in particular, the acting GM of EmpowerX, Dumisile Leroux. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and a privilege to welcome you all, but before Nkotla, I also want to extend my gratitude to all the speakers that have agreed and confirmed their participation to, to this program, and also to extend my gratitude to Umfundiswam, Bishop Mosasono. And I just want to make it known to you that immediately after his keynote address, also share, because he has other commitment, please do bear, with me or with him with regards to that. But for him to take time from his hectic schedule, just to come and give us an inspirational, address. But extending the gratitude to all the speakers, to the team, but over and above to Autiam. Miltino! Let's give Miltino a round of applause, our MC. I nearly said ladies and gentlemen, but ladies and gentlemen, because they are ladies, my cheetah, welcome to the EmpowaMen Annual Summit 2024. Let's do it.
Simpiwe Masiza, inja ese Orange Farm. Hey son, I forgot to tell you something very important. Please, I apologize. I support Orlando Pirates. If you don't know that fact, you'll never go through this conference kahle. Because you must understand that as I stand here, ngispo. So manje uma ngimela ngiyapoka. Sithi tutu kulabo abangasupport Orlando Pirates. Bonga support Orlando Pirates sikhala nawe. Kodwa we are very welcome ukuthi uzosijoina, sizokududuza, sizokuhaka. welcome back ekhaya. If you catch my drift, work with me, gents. But khona iCorolla eshiye amalight akhanya, and le Corolla le number plate yayo is LRH355GP. Your lights are on and you might lose battery power. So LRH Lima Romeo Hotel 355 Golf Papa GP. Thank you. Ngiyazi ukuthi abantu bama BMW bayithulele bahleli nje. Ningabe arrogant, gents, ne? Sizela for each other's support. Those who are vulnerable, you know, today we're going to go through a lot, ne? So khona izinto uyazi mawuse sontweni umfundisi maka preacher uzwa ngathi bakhuluma ngawe personally. It's going to happen today. And if you start sweating and you want to go and cry, we have a counseling room for you. So namhlanje siyokhuluma ngama issue, hayi into zokuganga. Akukhathwa bhola la. So there is a counseling room available right at the back. It's at the exhibition center or exhibition room in a building called Genesis Building. So Genesis Building, if you feel vulnerable and you want to cry, uzwa ngathi bakhuluma ngezinto zakini, nge-uncle yakho, ngale media ekushwayile, yakushiya yahamba nomdadavu. Sukuma uye counseling room bazokuhaga bakhulume nawe bakudecode ube right uphume ugrand, ne? So we look after the men here today. It is now my honor to introduce to you Mr. Buti Kolwane, who's going to talk to you. He's the Deputy Director, Victim Empowerment and Prevention of Gender-Based Violence in the National Department of Social Development. Buti Kolwane, please come to the stage. Thank you.
Sanibonani madoda. Ninjani? Ngiyaphila. Yes, ngibuya kwa social development, and I'm here to talk to you about our programs. Mangithi, this report that I'm presenting is informed by a study, as you can see, that was conducted by myself, Buti Kolwane, together with Dr. Joyce Mokhanedi. Madoda, this speaks about the history of our program. Gahle, it's so exciting. Why? Because we can see that we are on the right track. Sithe masiyenza le research sabona ukuthi hayi, as South African men, you know, with the democracy that we are celebrating 30 years now, we are indeed on the right track. Kukuningi fanele sikuyenze, and we really have to do our best. Singaqhubeka. Okay. Yeah, masithi at the dawn of democracy, madoda. Sike sabona ukuthi there are so many men's movements or programs or organizations that are coming into existence. Masiya kuma communities wethu siyabona kunama men's forums and other men's groupings. Sitheke, but anyway, mawenzi research, you have to now link it to a theoretical framework. And we came across a theory ka Jita Rao Gupta, who is credited for the emergence of what is called the transformational approaches. Which means a man has to be transformed from who he is to become, you know, a gender sensitive, you know, a gender tolerant man. So then this is really traced back to it's traced back to Eland, the presentation that she delivered in the year 2000 to United Nations. So Gupta came up with 5 categories, as you can see, how a man gets transformed. According to her, Uti, there's reinforcement of gender and sexuality stereotypes, and then you become gender neutral as a man, and then you become gender sensitive, then you become gender transformative, and thereafter you'll be gender empowered. This is very interesting, but then what happened is, Abo Kesi et al., Ukesi Namangan Bake, they sort of took this theory of gender transformative approach. They came up with domains out 3. That is, the first one is initial outreach to men. Siyabona ukuthi we go out and really reach out to men, and there are ways that we can really reach out to men. We can recruit them with their networks, cultural and community context, their personal and emotional connections, you know, through hopefulness, through hooks, conversations with topics related to men. This is initial. Now, manje, second one is behavior change. Once you are recruited and you are part of the movement, what we are seeing amongst our men is that there's behavior, attitude change, ne behavior they change. And then once we've had attitude and behavior change, as you can see, the impact on their attitudes and behavior in areas such as the use of violence. Umuntu change from a violent person to a peaceful somebody. Umuntu change nama norms. Usubona izinto differently, gender norms. And then aphinde futhi sibona ukuthi nayi le ndoda seyawasha. He even washes dishes at home, helps with the children and all those things. Which means this man, there's also increase in domestic work. And then ustata bega futhi the way abona is the way that society accepts interpersonal violence, interpersonal violence. So attitude and behaviors change. Then from there, now lo muntu who was recruited, whose behavior has changed, manje, this person now, it's like it's ongoing social action. We are very, very active in society. And as we are becoming active in society, it means we are saying, now we are joining our organizations, we are open and try to really help other men out there. So this is how they do change. But anyway, National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in South Africa, 2020 to 2030. Kodwa, sithema sibheka siyabona ukuthi no. If we look back, 2004, we've had like gender machinery mandating the Department of Social Development, this department here too, to lead the UN Status Commission on the status of violence, and then that is in engaging amadoda in creating gender equality. But this to us led to what we call the strategy on the strategy on men and boys, that is in the fight against gender-based violence in 2008. And then from there, we also saw what is called the Program of Action on Violence Against Women and Children, which was 2013 to 2018. And then what happened with this, it had what we call 3 pillars: prevention, response, care, and support. So that is prevention of gender-based violence, and then responding to gender-based violence, and also providing of care and support, to victims of gender-based violence. Then it was approved in 2013. Then it led to what we are called now, today, the Gender-Based Violence Command Center. It happens to be one of the highlights of the program of action. And then from the program of action, you can say, 2016, we saw the diagnostic review. That is reviewing, is government really doing what they are supposed to be doing, that is in fighting gender-based violence. Hence, the diagnostic review came up with our recommendations, one of which is that we have to develop a strategy. We have to have a gender type of governing body. That those are some of the recommendations. But Matoda siyakumbula ukuthi on the 1st of August 2018, the women marched. With the women marching, this coincided the review of our program of action of 2013 to 2018. But the March of Women, we can see it led to the presidential summit of November 2018, and then thereafter the drafting of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence that was released, was approved by the President in March 2020. Then this is the National Strategic Plan, my daughter. Pillars are 6. As Department of Social Development, what we are doing is we are implementing Pillar 4 of this, which is response, care, support, and healing. And then you can see it speaks the strategy here. It says accountability, responsiveness, and prevention. Yes, we have to be accountable in our activities. We have to be responsive, to the problem of gender-based violence. And yes, we have to prevent GBV. As I said, our role as department is Pillar 4, but in addition to that, we are assisting in the implementation of Pillar 2, which speaks to accountability. Pillar 2, which is prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion. But my daughter, what we saw is that with the presidential summit, second presidential summit in 2022, what we realized, the theme was accountability, acceleration, and amplification now. That was in November 2022. But our observation is that there was no clarity on the role, on the consultation of SANAC men's sector in the development of the strategy. Even this Pillar 2, men, really, there was not much consultation. So it was really an opportunity that was lost. But in addition to that, we can say we've been having a very, very effective men's programs, one of which is Sonke Gender Justices, One Man Can, and also the Stopping Stones. They were very, very effective in changing attitudes and behavior amongst men. And we are looking here at provinces that are very rural, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape. We've seen very, very successful projects there. And later on, we saw, can say from 2015, the emergence of Takuwane Rime. And you can see Takuwane Rime in 2017 was tasked to support the department in the implementation of Goal 4 of the National Strategic Plan on HIV and AIDS. And then in supporting that, at the same time, we know that Takuwane Rime does hold a biannual men's parliaments. Every 2 years they do have men's parliaments, and also the men's assemblies that are held in our communities. So a lot is really happening, Matot. The movement is also expressed a commitment to contribute to the rollout of the implementation of the 2 strategies, which is strategy on gender-based violence and strategy on HIV/AIDS, Matot. So it is clear that the critical issues that came up during the Men and Boys program in 2008 really were addressed outside of government. And then what I can say is that the One Man Can of Sonke really was successful. In our research, we looked at a successful project in Bushbuck Ridge. These are the outcomes. We could see there was improved awareness and knowledge of the impact. Sonke partner organizations gained capacity and confidence to independently implement the One Man Can. There was a better understanding of the relationship between the gender norms, roles, toxic masculinity, and both HIV and AIDS. And then also the positive attitudes were found in social norms, attitudes, and behavior that are related to GBV and gender equality. These are the findings of the One Man Can. But I mean, with Takuwane Rime, we know we are institutionalized, very interesting, institutionalizing a responsive men's movement. Indeed, Takuwane Rime is a men's movement, Matota, from what we are seeing. And then, yes, as we know that it says, let us stand together in Venda, calling on all men to be part of institutionalizing this movement. I call it a renaissance or a movement of male gender activists that are committed to changing gender norms and gender relations in South Africa. It was founded in 2015 and then conceptualized within the within the SANAC men's sector, their motto, very interesting also, men championing change. They are, as I said, they are assisting the DSD in implementation of Goal 4, and then also led by our deputy minister. You know, they sort of introduce men's parliaments and boys' assemblies. I can maybe share with you some of these selected quotes from speeches at boys' assemblies and men's parliaments. This was Dr. Matume Khanaka at the launch of the Men's Championing Change in 2018, saying, we want to use the Men Championing Change program to acknowledge that men and boys are equal members of society who live within families and communities. Our priority is to develop a strong front of men who educate other men and inspire positive change that subsequently result in prevention of new HIV infections and gender-based violence. And then Ms. Gloria Koza of the UNICEF at the Boys Assembly in 2018 said, we focus so much on empowering the girl child with the aim to address gender inequalities that we indirectly ignore the boy child. This is problematic because the two coexist, so you cannot empower the one without the other. I want to say to all boys gathered here today, you are gathered here so that you can return to your communities as champions of change. Here we have Reverend Zoe Nevutali of SANAC at the Boys Assembly also saying we need to ensure that the boy child is heard and socialized appropriately so that he becomes a better man tomorrow. And then we have Nkosikazi Mhlauli at the launch of the Traditional Men's Parliament in 2021. Traditional leaders were accused of promoting cultural practices that oppressed women. We are here today to declare as traditional leaders that we have taken a stand to discourage harmful cultural practices that discriminated against women. And also our Deputy Minister, Bukopane Zulu, saying we are building community care centers across the country in deep rural areas under the traditional leadership. We are also promoting community-based intervention and rehabilitation that is led by Amakosi. And then also, let us not tolerate jokes that promote sexism and gender violence. This was the UN representative at the launch of the Traditional Men's Parliament. So I think I would skip this one, my daughter, and then we are gathered here, and then this is what is expected of us. The 9 themes that we are here to tackle today in today's conversations, and hopefully in men's parliaments, that is men's parliaments of Takuwane Rime, are as follows. As we can see, men and family, men and identity, men and wealth, men and spirituality, men and violence, men and health, men and the LGBTI community, men and substance abuse, men and the future. My daughter, what I would say is that we should continue with these conversations with our sons to shape the future South Africa men's value system. Because if we discuss this with our sons, indeed we will be shaping the value system of the future. In this way, we will certainly stop gender-based violence and rebuild social cohesion. I think I would have to hold here. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Basang Briefer as a program director. My program director, I'll direct next, but director when. So you must never be, don't ever lose your place in the sun. You must know exactly where you belong. Now, I have the pleasure of welcoming to you, and I want you to welcome him with a round of applause. A wonderful man, an inspiration. Ipagania la mapagania. Bishop Musa Sono.
Thank you so much. I hope you are clapping for Orlando Pirates, Bagit, and not so much for me. Let me not start a war, but just to express my excitement really to be here and to be invited and to congratulate Ubabu Masiza no Babu Sichaba for this initiative and Empower Works, the entire team as well for organizing this. I was saying to him at the back there that, there's so much negativity in the world, and how we need people who can bring in something that's positive. And how we desperately need people who can see through all the negativity and still believe that it's possible to do things that are good. I also want to say thanks to the other speakers who are here and all the different formations selling thing here. And most of all, say well done to all of you men for attending. It's a statement that you are making. I think you should give yourselves a good hand for that. Well done. I decided that as a keynote speaker, I'm going to try and just talk to you and have a conversation, Nani. And this conversation is really based on the journey and the lessons that I learned as a young pastor who started leading a church around these issues of men. In leading the church over the last 40 years, I've come up to certain realities that face us as men in South Africa, but I got to realize that these issues were not exclusive to us as South Africans. Of course, my observations are colored by our history that we come from, and as well leading a church in the township. However, as I said, that these main issues are not exclusive to people in the township, or even then people of a specific race for that matter. I've had an opportunity to travel many parts of the world, and as I've engaged in conversations, I noticed that our issues, gents, are the same everywhere. Men are the same everywhere. Our problems are the same everywhere. They only differ in magnitude, oftentimes based on the socio-political realities, economic variances, and sometimes depending on the cultural norms that people have embraced or even their religious beliefs. We started as a church in the 90s to celebrate Father's Day. I was still a young minister then, and I still had all my hair, not so many wrinkles on my face. And we'd celebrate Father's Day. And as you know, Father's Day is in June. And so we started to say, okay, this particular Father's Day Sunday, we will have a Father's Day celebration. So we designed a program. And for 2 successive years, there was a young man who rendered poetry during this program. And I noticed that both of his poems about fathers were not positive at all. The poems were filled with pain, feelings of rejection, disappointment, feelings of anger towards fathers. In fact, the opening line of one of his poems was, Papa, Mpama. It rhymes, but it was very painful to listen to. Needless to say that this poem resonated with many people in the church. They laughed like you have just laughed, but some of them cringed, and it became a wake-up call for me as a leader to say, well, if this is the case, then we have to drill into this matter. So I discreetly had a private conversation with this young man afterwards, and he opened up to me about the turbulent relationship he had with his dad. And judging from the response of the people in our church to the poem, I noticed that we have to do something. So we decided to have a program exclusively focused on men, which is now known as line crossers. And our approach in this program was to try and have a conversation exclusively with men. Talk about our issues openly, honestly, without creating a hostile atmosphere, and without bashing men and calling them trash, because I don't think we are trash at all. Oh, I thought you'd give me a bigger hand than that one. I just thought you guys believe, we're not trash. Those statements, of course, are made out of people's pain, and we respect that. But the minute we believe that we are trash, then we are doomed. So we intentionally structured our sessions to address these issues, to empower the men to become better men. And so these men's programs now, we host them every 6 to 8 weeks where we meet. We also have an annual camp where we go as men. And then there's a special day where the men actually have a program for their children and teenagers, and we play and we have fun with the children. So what I'm going to share with you spans over about 30 years of having not only worked with men, but watched the change that can come in men's lives when interest is shown in them. But I also want to talk briefly about the issues and the struggles that we have as men that we've had to address, and that we are here today means that we also want answers. It might not be in the same areas, but certainly we want to be better men. The first issue we had to talk about is, what is a man? How do you define a man? Because as things change and as, we get exposed to different cultures and teachings and all of that, the big question comes, what is a man? Good enough for us here in our country, we can draw from our culture, and in our case, we can also draw from Scripture. And simply, we as men were created by God to be the source and the sustainer, and that's what we also believe in our culture. In other words, we as men, we underpin not only the homes we come from, but the communities, the social structures, the nation, the churches, and other organizations. Which means then, if we are not okay, if we're not well, then these institutions cannot be well. If the men are sick, then everything else becomes sick. Manhood as well includes our way of thinking, being, functioning. And as men, we understand we generically, we are hunters. We know how to hunt. If a man can see a beautiful girl, he'll hunt for that girl and find her. I have a friend who's, should I say, he's a pastor, and he's in one of the provinces. And I remember once we were talking about these issues, and he told me how he met his wife. He was at a university preaching, and he's talking about Jesus, he's talking about God, he's talking about holiness, and he's talking about having the mind of Christ and everything. And then this lady walked in during the service. When this lady came in, and instinctively, I just had to make sure I know who she is. And after the service, and when searching out for this lady in the name of, I want to help you grow spiritually. But as I speak now, they have a family and several children. But it's instinctive for us to hunt. And as somebody said, sometimes the difficulty is the hunt is more than the catch. Because once you catch what you hunted, you stop hunting and you lose interest, and you want to hunt somewhere else. I see some of you want to hide when I say that. But we are instinctively hunters. And because we are hunters, instinctively as men, we also want to provide. Now, these are generic things. It may differ here and there, but men like to be providers. And where I've seen this affect men in our church is when a man loses his job and he can't provide anymore, or he tries and he cannot provide, and maybe mama and and it becomes worse is mama is going to rub this into his face and say, "Uyalibona le sofa ohlale kulo, yimi ngalithenga. Le papa odlayo, it comes from me." It demoralizes a man. It makes a man feel like a failure because somehow inside of us, we want to provide. That's who we are. Generally, we want to provide. We want to fend for our family. And so we had to help the men understand nothing wrong in you being a hunter, nothing wrong in you wanting to provide, nothing wrong in you in wanting to stand up for your family, because that's really who you are. I wonder how many of you are aware of the challenge that's there in America right now, particularly in communities like ours that are in the hood, as they say, wherein they moved into an era where they really empowered the women, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they really went overboard where they started beating down on the guy, and the women got employment, nothing wrong with that, but the men stayed at home. And the brother stays at home now watching television the whole day, waiting for her to come back home, feeling demoralized and not being able to function as he should as a man. And now there's a crisis in many of those communities when we've talked to leaders that they're trying to get the guys to get off their backside and do something. I mean, for some of us, our age group, we were told that as men, we don't have to be tigers necessarily, but we need to spring into action to protect our family, provide for our homes, and not be in a place where a man is passive in the way we see it happen today. But this is just how God has wired us. And this is generality. Secondly, we also needed to understand the soul of a man. As I engaged in conversation with men, I realized that we ourselves as men really don't understand how we are made up like. Maybe it's because we are not expressive. And as men, when we go through issues, we retreat into a cave. Men's way of solving things is to not talk about it. And those of you who are married, you know what I'm talking about. If you have a wife, you know what I'm talking about, right? Right? She wants to talk, and you don't want to talk. And that's how we're solving problems. Or, not only do you don't want to talk, you want to go and sit in the lounge and watch television, and then she comes and joins you. And she wants to have a healthy conversation. Now, if she's wise, she'll leave you alone in your cave, and when you come out, then she can talk later. But men don't talk. Our way, I don't like it when my wife says, "Kopa ribuwe." I just don't like it. Because, you know, we talk in generalities. We do broad stroke, you know. I used to get in trouble a lot when I came back from a trip, you know. I'd say to my wife, you know, I went to such and such a place. It was great. I mean, to a guy, I've given the full report, guys. Come on now. You know, it was great. And then I'd see her expression change, and she looks at me with that expression like, "Is that all?" So now I've learned, when I travel, the minute I get to the venue, I phone her, and I start from the airport. And I say, I was at the OR Tambo, the plane was late, I was sitting on seat number 5, and I ate this and this on the plane, and I got there and I get into the details. And that's the issue when we argue, isn't it? With our wives, isn't it? That she wants to talk about everything. And I'm wondering, no, why are you talking about the toothpaste? Why are you talking about everything? But that's the way we are wired. We give broad strokes. As men, we are people who are headliners. Women are fine printers. And we have to help the guys understand that when she talks to you, don't worry about, listen to everything she says, but don't let everything she says get to you. Okay? And if you don't give her space to talk forward to, you are in big trouble. This is what somebody said. Once a woman gets quiet, ekaya, gunenking. Men, we do get quiet because we're trying to work things out. However, this non-expressive nature of ours as men has predisposed us to internalizing issues and thus being susceptible to destructive outbursts which sometimes are fueled by bitterness. Some few years ago, we were doing a training session for the police, and we were doing a workshop for them, and it had been on several days, and I came in, I think it was the third day, and when I came in to do the workshop, there was a very somber mood, you know, and I could hear people talking in harsh tones, and everybody was saying, usibani bani, angayenzi into embi kangaka, usibani bani, and everybody's shaking their heads. So, you know, I'm supposed to do the workshop, but you know, I could read the mood of the crowd who would know something's not right here. So I then wanted to know what's going on. But hey, man, so and so, what happened? But no, he shot his wife this morning. What? Shot his wife? There was a constable who shot his wife in the morning. And then they say, but umuntu olunge kangaka. You know, he was so quiet. He was so, you know, ngesisuthu but unasinangqali muntu. But uyenza into embi kangaka. And it was sad because nobody expected this quiet guy who doesn't say much to pull out a gun and blow out his wife's brains. But that's because as men sometimes, we just don't know how to express ourselves, and the soul of a man becomes so difficult, wherein we just don't know how to talk. And some of the pain we suffer is the pain where we've suffered from absentee fathers ourselves, where we grew up in a place where there was no dad, if we knew them for that matter. We may not even have known who our dad was, or if we knew our dad, sometimes he was never there. Or if he was there, he might have been in a drunken stupor all the time. Or he might have been abusive all the time. And we internalize these issues. There's two young men that I have walked with now for the last 20 years. When I first met these two young men as teens, they were angry young men. Now, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but one thing I can tell you, if these young men hadn't had this intervention, I'm almost sure that these young men would either be serial rapists or they would be murdering people out there. Because I just never met young men who were this angry. And by the way, it's just two of them. There's many of them. I'm just talking about the two in particular. I took interest in them because I remember when I had conversations with them, they were very angry. In the conversations, I found out both of them didn't know who their dads were. One of them knew who his dad was, but his dad had turned his back on him. See, when we go around as men and we sire children and leave them and turn our backs on them, it's not good. But sometimes the women are to blame because in order to get even with you, they take the child and they say, you'll never see your dad, or they deprive you the right to visit your child. And one of them was that child. And I remember the many hours of counseling, conversation. But for you who are younger, allow some of the older men to mentor you. I mentored these young men, walked with them, traveled with them, showed them the alternative, tried my best. Not being perfect, but I tried to model to them just a different type of a man. But then I went where the rubber meets the road, and I said to them, now that we've traveled this journey, guys, and you seem to be much better, you may not be able to change what happened in the past. But if you don't get to a place where you forgive your fathers, your life will never go on. Because this is what research shows. Very often the sins that we hate are the sins that we commit. If I was to quote the Bible to you, the Bible says, whosoever sins you remit, they are remitted. Whosoever sins you do not remit, they are held back. In other words, I become the abuser that my father was, and I hated it when he beat my mother up. I disliked it when he came home in a drunken stupor. I disliked it. But in me disliking it, I internalized it, and its footprint came into my soul. And until I learn to forgive that man and release it, I find myself somehow doing the same thing that I hated, becoming the man that I disliked. And these young men, as I say today, I'm very happy to say to you, are changed. The one has married now, he's got 3 children, married to a very beautiful woman, and he has a good family of his own. And this young man is on a path to try and change his past, because you may not be able to change your past, but you can change your future. You may not be able to change where you came from, men. You may not be able to erase your history. It might not be the best of histories, but you certainly can write a new history for yourself. And this is what this day is about. In the sessions that you're going to be getting into, you make up your mind to write a new history. Many men deal with the pain of an abusive father, an absentee father. And what happens to us? In our younger days, because dad is not there, uprapiza ekoneni becomes my dad. And he's the one who initiates me into many things. He initiates me into the world of women. He's the one who teaches me how to talk to women, how to treat women. He's the one who introduces me to the ways of making money, even if it's through gangsterism. And all these things become a problem. You can now realize the sad thing that was there with the system of apartheid, with migrant labor, where they took dad away from home. And his sons were there and never been able to receive mentoring, because a man needs to be fed. His masculinity can only be fed by another male. As much as women do a great job and we salute them, our women in Bogota, we salute them, there is a limitation as to how far they can instill masculinity and manhood in a boy. A man needs another man to learn masculinity from and to be able to be affected by that. The third thing that we noted is that our understanding of love as men is different. We are wired to be provided, as we said, sustainers. And as men, we express love in a way of giving things. We give cars, we give money, we show love in engaging in sex, and it's all okay. It has to all to be action. Men are action people, and they want action. And so it becomes hard when you've bought your wife a car and a house and you leave to go to your friends and mawubuya ukwatile. And a guy says, angim understand lo sisi ngimthengele indlu ngimthengele imoto kodwa yangikwatela mina angim understand. Now it's good for us to define love as providing, giving, and action, and it's all that all is good. However, we need to learn something that is counter to our nature as men, that there's other ways in which love is expressed. Love can be expressed even when there's no gifts, even when there's no car, even when you don't go 11 rounds having sex with your wife. It's still like, oh, can I talk to Bishop Askis? A man feels awkward when they connect with personal feeling. As a result, as men, we can hang out together, maybe with our wives or our partners, and I don't know what happens. I don't know if it happens the same in your background, but sometimes when we visited with other couples, somehow the women end up going to another room and the guys to another, and usually the guys are in the lounge watching soccer or something. It's just that. And then the guys talk, and we're visiting for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then when we get into the car to go home, then my wife says, "Awu bakithi, shem usphiwe." And I'm wondering, usphiwe bengenayo usphiwe. We talk no usphiwe. Shem kanjani usphiwe? What usphiwe? And then I find out ukuthi usphiwe just came back from surgery few weeks ago. But azange ungitshele ngeLamborghini le out le. Because that's just the way men are. We connect on things and issues, but we don't connect on feelings. We just don't know how to handle feelings. We don't know how. It feels awkward to feel fear, to be vulnerable, to cry, to connect emotionally. As a result, men bottle up. Let me give a few practical suggestions as I close. In no way am I trying to give a complete list of what we can do, but I'm just sharing with you from our journey and what we've learned and how we can become better men. Here's the first suggestion I want to make to us men. The first thing is this. Every man needs to ground themselves on a firm, moral, ethical, or biblical foundation that will serve as a compass for your life. Because as men, we are men who want to fulfill destiny. We want to get somewhere. In our church, I've counseled so many men in their 40s and 50s because when we reach 40 and 50, we go through a male menopause called midlife crisis. See, when you get 40 and 50, you start looking at your life and checking out what you've done with your life, what you've achieved with your time. And many men get into depression. I remember the one guy who, when he got to that stage of depression, he went AWOL. He didn't go home. He was fighting with everybody at home. And you know, his wife being a Christian, it's not demons. The brother is going through things. And the sad thing is that, as I said, our issues are not understood. And when men go through issues because we really don't know how to express how we feel, you know, it's very hard for people to find out what's going on. This man had left his home. He'd left his wife. He was suicidal. He was saying all kinds of things. And I remember calling him, and I had a book that I gave him on midlife crisis for him to read. All it was is that he had reached that stage in his life where he felt that he hadn't achieved his goals as a man. But you know, as men, we just don't know how to deal with failure sometimes. We don't know that it's okay to fail. It's even worse when we don't have a support system that says to us, it's okay to fail. It's okay, you have failed, but you are not a failure. That's important. Failing is an event. Failing is not a destiny. Failing doesn't define who you are. It's okay to start again in life. Unfortunately, sometimes we don't understand that. So we need to ground ourselves in some of these moral ethics and biblical foundations that will give our lives a particular direction. If your life has gone a wrong direction and you don't like what you see, please know that there is still hope. Secondly, as men, we need to learn to connect meaningfully with one another. I've got a friend of mine here, who Pastor Dick Koza, who's a friend, and this man, when he first came to my home or my house, I had just gotten married. My wife and I, when we got married, Rockville, and Dick was serving at Rhema, and he was an associate pastor, and even now, he's still uNtswembu. Because at the time, you know, he had the house, a very big house in Proteatland. And those of you who are not our age group won't understand, but my age group will understand. He was driving a Mazda 323. This brother was bad. Mazda 323. So we met, this was I got married in 1988, and he came 1988 towards the end of the year to visit me. So at the time I was leading a church. I think our church must have been about 2,000 people. But I was starting, you know, I didn't have money, and I mean, they were not giving me enough money. Even now, they're not giving me enough money because I can't toy, I can't anyhow. But let's leave that one out. I don't belong to a union, but let's leave that one out. But, you know, but I started where I was. I didn't have money. I couldn't afford to buy a house, so I started a back room. So when he met me and said he wants to visit me, I forgot to tell him because give me, it wasn't a problem. It's my reality. See, we've got to own our reality. Somebody said, where you are in life, that's where you are. It doesn't have to try and create an impression. Yeah, where you are, that's where you are. So when he came to visit me, he came into this yard at Rockville. And Masingena, I see he wants to go to the main house. He didn't register in my head. And finally, I pulled him with his hand, and so we went to the back room. And believe it or not, him being a classical man like you and me, he didn't tell me how traumatic that experience was to him. Because angithi in his mind, Pella, he's visiting this pastor who's running a church of 2,000 and all of that and whatever. So he's expecting me to have a beautiful house and a beautiful car. Ngaleso sikhathi, I don't have a car and ngiyaqashe back room. So my friend visited me and we had good fellowship. He only confessed, it was Hlambulula 10 years later, ukuthi uyazi mngani wami, that experience. But this is my friend, Utik. This is a man who knows my ups and downs. In fact, I don't mind telling you, there was a time many years ago, this is many years ago, where my wife and I were having a problem. Thina bafundisi, we don't argue with our wives. No, we just have a robust discussion. We don't argue. Hey, it was robust that day. And so it was so bad that my wife phoned him. And he came to my house 12 midnight. At least people didn't see Gutuzo, Lamula didn't Samuruti. But I'm glad I have a friend like that. Get yourself a friend, guys. Get yourself a friend. For those of you who are younger, find yourself a credible mentor. Someone who, even if you were to do something stupid or something messy, habala upimpa. See, the problem is many men are afraid to become real about their problems because baya pimpi. Somebody's going to talk about them. In our world, as abefundisi, somebody will be preaching about you next week Sunday. So siyasaba. So as a result, you hear all these stories about abefundis who are doing all kinds of things because they just never had a friend, and never had a credible mentor. And finally, intentionally place yourself on a path of growth and development as a man. As you introspect, put yourself on a growth path. Let me close that by giving you this illustration. As much as I was raised in a good home, which I'm thankful for, I really had anger issues. I must be honest. And I must confess, Guinea, I'm rehabilitated but not fully rehabilitated. There's a margin. Kona lamang fika kona ngiyabona uyavuka lo Frankenstein lo no uyavuka. But at that time I was very angry and I only became aware later my reasons for anger. I was bullied as a child. I never had an older brother. Ekaya, I've got 4 sisters. I'm the only guy. And I wasn't that big physically when I grew up. So no, I was bullied. I mean, my first day at school, when we didn't do my grades, go sub A. First day at school, go sub A, bang tate limade. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, how bad? I mean, how about you? First day at school, bang tate limade. Nya okapi for that matter. But fully okapi. Can you imagine? And that was my story. Throughout my schooling life, I was bullied. Thank God, Ekaya, my dad was good. Everything was fine. But I grew up with anger issues. Men, we internalize. But how those issues become obvious is maushata. And all of a sudden, you become this guy. And I was this guy in my first year of marriage, was very angry, extremely. And I remember one day I was with my second-born son, Mo20. I was taking care of him. We were driving somewhere. He strapped in the back in a car seat, child's car seat. And for some reason, he was uncomfortable that day, as children will be. So we are Carla, and you know what? He's a few months old. I'm a guy, I don't know. I mean, I can't read his mind. I mean, you know, and I'm trying my best to be a good man, you know, but we are this child, man. We are Carla, and I'm driving. And I lost it. I slammed on my brakes. I slammed on my brakes, and I turned, and I screamed. I don't remember what I said to him. But whatever it is that I said, he burst out crying. But even worse, I saw fear in his eyes. That was a moment of reality for me. And it hit me. Is this the kind of father I want to be? Even more, is this the kind of husband I want to be? Is this the kind of man I want to be? Is this the kind of pastor I want to be? That set me on a trail to try and deal with my anger issues. By God's grace, I am a better rehabilitated now. In fact, sometimes I'm surprised when I ignore things that would have caused the Frankenstein to rise in me. But I don't trust myself. Once you're on that path, it's there forever. And therefore, men, I want to encourage you today, as you engage in whatever is going to be offered in the program, at the back of your mind, say, when I leave here, I will have learned several things. I may not change immediately, but I'm putting myself on the path of growth. And I pray that the God of grace is going to help every one of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gents. Bishop Musa Sono is koko. Inja engankonkoti. Thank you so much, Bishop. That was powerful, memorable, and we will take it away. Hey, son, guys, did you hear? I was like, yo, I remember. And line crossers, guys, please don't be a line crosser. Ne? After this, as Funuguzo would EmpowaMen's conference, and then manje they had to call Pastor Dick ngo 12 ebusuku. Nizwile kusho uBishop hayi mina, we are genetically, we are hunters. Guys, work with me. But you must hunt once and stay with your kill. Ningathi ngitshelanga, ngitshela straight, hunt once and stay with your kill. And mangibheka le side ngiyathuka yazi. What a wonderful experience to have such rich conversation, rich education. We're going to be well fed today. I mean, Bishop Musa Sono has already told us, Uguti, we must keep improving ourselves. So this is part of that journey. To come here is to improve yourself. Give yourself a round of applause. Ngoba ikhona inja ehleli nje Saturday ayenzi garden ayizange men's conference ihleli nje iyascrolla. So please, when you walk out, talk to out zakho, hey man, mena uzokale kule zinto, uzoba improved, uzofana nami, uzokhona ukuhunta upolice ubante ye. Bagcine sebahunta wena. Before we go to the panel discussion, I want to call Mr. Tembisa Fakude, CEO of Mail and Guardian. You saw the Mail and Guardian is our partner. We want him to come and say a few words. Tembisa Fakude. Where is he? He was sitting behind me. Theo, where is Tembisa? Eh? Eh? Phela khona amajita kuphela yiso nizama ukuthini? And out here le mina ngiyacharge. While we wait for Tembisa to come, I'll tell you a short story which resonates with what the bishop said. A friend of mine, when he was 16, he was in his room, Ekasi, and he could hear his father and mother arguing. And the voices were just getting higher and higher. And he couldn't take it. He was holding himself. He wanted to go and protect his mom. And he says at some point it reached the crescendo, and then he just left his room and barged into the parents' room. He said, Baba, when's no mama? Baba, when's no mama? And his father said, uzokhula melaiti. So manje uphethe a big house and a small house, and so please, ne, remember, ivili lento, ne. So think before you act. Are you with me, gents? Men's conference vandaag siyakhuluma. Sikhuluma ivar. Tembisa Fakude, where are you? Is he still around? Okay, we move along. Oh, there he comes. Uzositshela kahle ukuthi kade akuphi. Thank you, Theo. Thank you. Gents, Tembisa Fakude, I know him for a very long time. He's now the CEO of the Mail and Guardian. He's a former bureau chief of Al Jazeera. When I was bureau chief for BBC, he and I from Soweto, we ran the biggest news organization in the world, and he is here today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm very honored to be here. When Masiza asked me to come and say a few words, I wasn't quite sure whether I'm coming as a representative of the institution I work for, or I come here as the artist from Pimville. So it was a bit confusing, but given that I'm here now, I'll have to say a few words. And those few words are going to be both as a professional working for one of the most progressive news organization, I like to believe, in Africa, at least on the print side, but also I would like to share some few words as a man who was raised by a woman, or women and men, in Zondi Township. So my journey has been very long. I survived Amaokapi and I also inflicted some pain at some point, because where I grew up was a very, very tough part of Soweto called Izondi. Izondi is like, it's not even, nobody talks about it because very few people come out from Izondi, you know, to stand in such platforms. But that's where we grew up, and I was raised by women, fortunately, which means, therefore, I was very afraid of women. Not because I was afraid of approaching them, but afraid of bazokushaya. So that was the first experience I've had of women. But the other important thing growing up in the township is that is this co-head arrangement. I know when we grew up later on, we got privileged to go to boys' schools and boarding schools. But I appreciate a lot Kula in a co-head schooling, because that taught me so much about women and respect of women. And I think to an extent, gents, we need to start looking at how we configure our schooling system. So, Moshala Namantomazana in a classroom, you learn so much. Not only when you run, they've got the energy to do so. Not only that they are smarter, but you learn about so many other things because of this co-head schooling that we've had in the township. And I know very few people talk about it, but it was extremely effective to me in terms of my gender awareness. Even though, of course, it was not, I didn't academize it as I'm doing it now. But the gender awareness for me started lapeskele in this co-head, in a classroom. And not because we're doing wrong things, but you just learned the behavior, the character of women, and as young girls, etc. And by the time ukula, you are much more smarter and much more informed about how women behave, what to expect, how ubashela, what to say, timing, and all of that. And I've been looking at these other guys that I later on went to school with, which was boys-only school. I'm a Bari. Bari. And Basing Pega Grand, they all grew up well, they were good families, but they just did not have that touch and understanding that we've had as I'm out of Sekas. Tina Munu says, okay, like, type Bona blank. Umuntu uyazifaka nje ukuthi uzoba blind out here. But still, uyangena because obubhari. So elokishini we got to be taught those kind of things that you cannot put value to it. You know how to measure when, what time, etc. It's like, for example, when I started doing some work, so I had a cameraman, and we're going to film in a township. And ngithi asham bazosiphathula la. Ngalamasuku amasuku amhlophe. Milton, I think you need to indicate to me how much time I have. Okay. So amasuku amhlophe bazosiphathula, but you know, just to say, and in closing, let me just say 3 things. You know, before I became what I became, I was once the leader of the student Christian movement, and I went extreme. But I was, believe it or not, I was the leader of the student Christian movement. And for me, the most important thing and a lesson that I've had, including my brother Ukuku and others who grew up in my family who were very close to the word, is amazwi kaPaul to Timothy. Ukuqala ukuhlakanipha ukumazi uNkulunkulu. I don't know how to translate it in English, but that's the word. That's the message I'll leave with you. And ukuqala ukuhlakanipha ukumazi uNkulunkulu. Anything else and everything else come on that basis. If you don't fear your Lord God, whatever you want to call the Creator, awungaphandle. So all those few words. Thanks very much. We're happy as a Male and Guardian to be associated with this event, and I wish you a very, very successful day.
Thembisa Fakude, inje yazi abantwana from Ezondi. I'm told that I need to remind you, and I know I told you about counseling earlier. Those who are arriving later, Konama counselors, we've got social workers who are here for psychological support. You know, some of the things that are mentioned by Bishop Sono, mina ngicine ngijuluka la ngoba ngizibone kulama movie lawa yabona. Yabona la ikareni incosi ikhala shouta khona. Engivele ngathi hayi ngathi wangibuke wangibhaqa. So if you have any, you need any psychological support, please know that EmpowaMen has arranged psychological support. We've got social workers, psychologists who are here to help and support you. We now move to our panel discussion on gender-based violence. The facilitator is the co-founder of EmpowaMen, Mr. Sechaba Musielwa, Inja. Yes, Spain. Ubuya Spain, fresh from Spain. Chaba will be leading a conversation which will have a panel. He will introduce his panel. And we are waiting to hear the wisdom from this panel on gender-based violence. Where is Chaba? Tate Msielo, please come. Introduce your panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaba Msielo.
Where I stand,
Ladies and gentlemen, gents.
where I stand is where I stand as a Kaizer Chiefs fan. Good morning. Because we are running a little bit behind, let's get into the conversation quickly. I'm not sure if Tebo Kholerole is somewhere in the audience. I would have wanted him to join us. But if not, I'm comfortable to be with Sianda as well as Dumisani to take this conversation. So it's going to get a little bit more serious. Maybe, Dumisani, if you can quickly introduce yourself briefly, as well as your organization, before we start the conversation.
Sure. Matoda. I'm Dumisan Ribombo from Sonke Gender Justice. So we are all about social justice. We want to see societies where men, women, children, all persons can live in harmony with one another We work in 26 African countries. We have a movement called Men Engage. It's got chapters in these 26 countries. There's a new chapter here in South Africa now. I'm from a program which falls under what we call community education and mobilization. I'm currently the national programs manager thereof. We do community awareness on gender, HIV, and other social issues, including the empowerment of men and women, but putting on a feminist lens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dumisani. Sianda, if you can quickly introduce yourself as well as your organization.
Molweni madoda. Ninjani? Ndiyaphila, igama lami nguSiyabulela Gentile. I am with the hashtag Not in My Name movement as president and founder of the civil rights group Not in My Name International. The work that we have been doing over the years has been around gender equality, promotion of gender equality, education and skills development, as well as social relief of the distressed. And I am excited to be here to engage with you because most of our work is centered around resocializing men and boys towards a more positive and a more progressive society. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Siana. I think if we do have time, I might give one or two people an opportunity to ask questions from the floor. And if you have that privilege, please don't abuse it. Ask a question. A lot of the times when you say ask a question, we don't. So please, when you get the opportunity, if we have time, please ask questions. Let me start by asking perhaps you, Dumisani, around the reality that we have of gender-based violence, whether we have framed even that concept correctly or not. What are some of the significant contributors to GBV?
There's a lot. I think the man here knows them, but today I choose to talk about two in the beginning. Have you ever heard of the concept, I'm thinking outside of the box? And we feel good about thinking outside the box, no matter how we define that. So one of the things which I think is a contributor is how we frame the conversation about gender. So instead of thinking outside of the box, I'm saying, how about we think of moving the box? What is this box? What does it look like? Is it inequality? Is it toxic masculinity? Let's move it than saying we will just think outside of it. So that's one contributor in my view. The other is the permissiveness of substance abuse in our country. If you look at how we drink as men, of course, yes, and women, in South Africa today, it's very, very scary. From those who sell alcohol, and also the issue of illicit drugs as well. You may find taverns which are licensed to operate until 11 o'clock, but kuze kuse. And nobody asks questions. I remember in Bushbuck Ridge, we're doing some awareness raising to say, hey, matota, hey, man, drink responsibly. Why uthenga 24? Why ungathengi 4? Uthenga 24. Why uthenga amabhodlela awu 6? As we're discussing this, silande tavern owner, yendoda, why uvula mlibe wire? You know what he said to us? Yo. I'm so happy. You may have heard someone from the social development talking about the program called One Man Can. We're busy pushing that project at the time to say one man can change so that the contributing factors of GBV should lessen. You don't have to wait for another man or systems where nangokwakho you can be the example. So this guy says, hey, nina bakwa one man can siyabonga kakhulu. If you can help me with that, even my own employees, they do want to close the tavern, bayo pumula, bayo resta. I-license yami ithi ngivale ngo-11 but Nina, these patrons, they are the ones who saying, ungavali la imali yethu, bewenzelani tavern, la sifuna ukujabula, you are not going to close this tavern. Baze bafaki jukebox ngaphandle ke bathi vala sithenga utshwala lethi fridge ubeke la ngaphandle uhambe wena sizosala siphuzela. So I'm saying the way we permit drinking uncontrollably, it's one of the contributing factors.
Thanks, Dumisani. And I think the way that Dumisani spoke about how we frame things is quite interesting. Whether it's thinking outside of the box, eliminating the box, or thinking within the box. From your side, what are some of the contributors to GBV that are there?
Thank you so much. So, over the years, what we've come to understand, well, even from personal experiences, because I grew up in a family where there was a mother and a father, and at some point in time, there was some sort of violence, but my father reformed later and he changed. But for me, one of the most contributing factors have always been socioeconomic, and alcohol is one of them. And we are trying that to buy 3 instead of 6. But sometimes you get to the 3rd one and then it calls for the 4th one. Don't. It's socioeconomic issues, and these are not. They are the causes, but they are not to be used as as excuses for why you are being violent towards one another. And I'm happy that we are talking about gender-based violence. We are not talking about violence against women only. And that for me is very important. But in addition to socio-economic issues, there's the cultural and religious backgrounds. There's just general socialization, the scripts that have been passed on from one generation to the other in terms of how we do things. We learn from that. We learn from our fathers, we learn from our brothers, and we think this is the right thing to do. And so for me, what has always been important is to differentiate that even if you do have these underlying main causes, that in our discussions there will always be 2 people that is Chaba. One is an essentialist that believes that men are essentially they are born with or inherently toxic or violent, or they possess these hegemonic masculinities. But the second person, which I consider myself to be one of, is a social constructionist that is saying, because you can go to any hospital now and look at the newborns and tell me which one is going to be a rapist, which one is going to be a pastor, which one is going to be whatever in life. You can't tell that. But when people grow, there is that a process of socialization that they go through, and that is what we need to deal with if we are to say that we are dealing with gender-based violence, as you were.
Thank you. So the other thing for me is how feminism is misunderstood, as if feminism is a way or a system of anti-men. I think that's one of the contributing factors, because then asakwazi ukusebenza together as men and women to deal with this thing. because we understand this term very, very differently. Feminism is simply about equality. If we can move from there, we'll be able to work together. Yeah, have you ever heard of a term, misandry? The discrimination, the looking down, the hatred that is leveled at men. That's misandry. So because we don't understand feminism the same way, we end up with misandry, where we discriminate against men. Bese singakwazi ke ukuhlula le demoni esithi i-gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for opening that lens a little bit wider in how we understand these issues. I just have to remind us that sometimes we stay longer at a tavern because we don't want to go home, seriously. And that might be our way of coping and survival. So let's not just say, alifuni kuhamba. There is a reason. You know, a lot of these ills then express themselves in our society, in our community. The fact that they happen and people don't get involved perhaps might be another problem. How do we encourage bystanders, people in society, to say if there is gender-based violence in our community, it is a problem, find a way to get involved? How can we do that? Let me start with you, Sianda.
Thank you. So, for me, I always say that, people have always got interests one way or the other. And so, when we say to men, help us fight gender-based violence, help us make noise, some people don't necessarily take you serious until maybe something happens to their sister or something happens to them as men, and then they start. So we encourage bystanders by making them aware that you are not immune to the challenges that are facing the rest of us. And we ought to take it even further and say that most of our problems could be solved if there was no gender-based violence, for an example. And I know right now in the country, especially because we're going to elections, the issue of the economy, possesses much of the discourse. We're talking about jobs, this and that. But how many of us have actually sat down and thought of the economic impact of gender-based violence? That you would know that, I think KPMG and Tateshaba did a report in 2014. I don't know if there's another one, maybe they would have updated it. They did a report in 2014 that said gender-based violence is costing South Africa between 0.9 to 1.3% of the GDP, gross domestic product. That is in between 28 billion, somewhere around there. That is money, according to that report, that could have funded over 900,000 engineering students, money that could have built schools, money that could have paid primary school teachers for a year's salaries. And so when we say you need not to be a bystander, because one way or the other, this thing affects you, And so tomorrow you protest and say, no, there are no services, there is no this and that, but Kamo, you are busy hitting women. So you are taking a step forward and 2 steps backward. So I just wanted to raise that because I think it's important that when we talk about gender-based violence, because now it has become ceremonial, it has become a gig, this thing. And it irks me so much. Because now it's a gig, It's a money-making industry. But this is not the platform for me to be venting about our politics in the space. But if we are saying to people, don't be a bystander, speak up, do this, that should be correlated by the services that are available for people, the programs towards resocializing men, victim empowerment programs, and then we can say, no, work is being done, do your part. But you cannot say to people, stop being a bystander, man, do something. Kamo Department X is stealing 100 million. The command center is collapsing. So I don't want to get into politics, but let's just remind each other that it can happen to anyone. It can happen to your child, it can happen to your mother, to your sister. And so that, for me, is the most important motivation to say that don't look away, because tomorrow it might be you or someone that you know, and they will look away, and then you'll feel that life has failed you, and you have failed yourself.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I think I want to move to, because you spoke about feminism, we speak about the wounds we carry, the anger we carry. I think the bishop spoke about earlier as a man. I don't know. Do women also carry this anger, or is it something that for men that we own, that we are raised in the same community, in the same environment, possibly by the same, taught by the same teachers, but for some reason then men are more violent? What about women? Are they violent? Are they not in this space? Coming to you, Timisani.
So you may recall what Bishop was talking about in relation to how he thinks we are wired as men. So even though the same boy child, girl child, man, woman could be angry, how we then react and dish out the anger could be different because of how we are wired out. You have boys at 5 to 7 years of age and girls of that age raped the same in our country. But then, fast track 20 years later, the girl might not be perpetrating sexual violence because of how she's wired. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have anger of the past. It's just how different that anger is dished out. So women do carry the anger. That's why you hear phrases like, we are trash, because they are angry about the types of gender-based violence in the country. Men carry that, especially where we don't do research and find out how much of gender-based violence is happening within men. And when you talk to the individual man, he knows that it happens. He knows of men who have been abused, but, they don't get much support. But yes, the answer is it happens to both men and women.
Also, I think the pastor gave himself a nice off-ramp by also saying, look, from the church, this is how we look at it. But we know now that gender is not binary. It's not male, female. It's blended. And we have education systems that in their construction is still binary. And yet we are raising a generation that sees gender as fluid. What role do education, or does education play in making sure that the understanding of GBV attitudes is broadened, given where society is at the moment? Sianda.
Education plays a very important role in ensuring that we progress towards a more equal and a more just society. And it's always important that these conversations that we are having should actually be a part of the education system. I won't lie and say I know what the curriculum entails currently comprehensively, but I know there was a program called Life Orientation, but people of Bantu Education, I don't know if you had Life Orientation. Now there was Life Orientation, but again, my Form 5, I don't know if my Form 5 knows, but Life Orientation was just that, Life Orientation. But to what extent does it cover conversations around gender as fluid or as diverse as it is? And so That is why we need to have the Department of Education, especially the Department of Basic Education, playing an important part and role in making sure that our schools are used as platform. I'm happy that also we had a bishop here. Even our churches, they must also be used as a space to educate the people. There was a story, someone phoned me about a story of a pastor. It's just I was in a village somewhere, I was not hearing properly, who was celebrating 4 years anniversary with a 16-year-old. That man is preaching to people, but and so when we say that the church sometimes becomes a crime scene, it's exactly that cry for help, that we need education all over because it plays a very important role. Lastly, because this is important to how we view or how we discourse around the issues of gender-based violence. Masculinities play a very critical role. And so we need to understand that though we've got different and various types of masculinities, we must understand that historically what these masculinities were mobilized towards and the significance of that today. And I always make the example that, in the past, in the white communities, masculinities were used to mobilize for the preservation of privilege. Boys, men, you must eat and be strong and lead the family and mend the gates, mend the borders. Those white boys there were taught that, and oftentimes even those masculinities were negative and they were toxic. But contrary to that, on the black communities, masculinities were used towards pursuing freedom. That's when we started calling ourselves comrade. And that education needs to be unlearned, and we need to learn new and positive forms and types of masculinities and how we can relate with each other. And I love what you guys do more with EmpowaMen, because you open up conversation for both men and women. And so that education must not be one-sided and say, no, we're educating men, but we're not educating women, or we're educating women and we're not educating men. All of us must move forward together and make sure that each and every platform that is provided to us is used to educate.
I think, just by the way, as the social justice said, outside here we do have a counseling room for anybody at a point in time during the day that might feel triggered. There's a safe space that you can go to, which then becomes your question around, are there enough places to support victims and survivors of gender-based violence?
So I don't think we can say there are enough. And pardon me, let me go back to the issue of education, because I think that the type of education is only limited to schools, university, and that, which is fine. It's important, where we can have a third curriculum as an example around gender issues and social issues. For me, it's how do we add moral education, moral knowledge in all of our education spheres, be it traditional churches and everywhere else. How do we teach a man to have a vision? And how do we teach that man to have values to propel the vision? And which vehicle will this man use to propel this vision? If we don't have that, that man is empty, but then we say, hey, do something, be a bystander, it becomes difficult. So the issue about centers, if you've been following, social development is running out of funds, I believe. Shelters for women are closing. POA, one of the most prominent NGOs in terms of that, I'm hearing is closing down. Are there enough shelters? No. In Gauteng, let's talk to men. If you want to go to a shelter, where would you go? I only know one, go Krugersdorp. I've never been to it myself, so how can I even refer you? So the answer is we don't have enough shelters, which therefore says, in terms of moving forward, we need to create safer spaces for both men and women.
Thank you for that. And I think it is that reality where we said where we are at is where we are at. As we try to eradicate the issues of GBV, the support is required. There's possibly a question that I should have asked that I didn't ask my panelists. Given the time constraints, I'll give two people in the audience an opportunity to ask the questions that they will have loved to ask in this, to this panel. Preferably one, if you can go to Zianda, another one to Dumisani. I'm gonna give the VIP and so I'll say a question from here. I just saw that hand go up first, and then another hand there. That's it. So there's a hand there at the back. No, there at the back. Go a little bit further back. A little bit further back. Back. Pakamisa Sandlandat. Okay. Now I've put my glasses. That's yours. And then this hand here went up first. And those will be the two people that will get the privilege to ask questions. Thank you. Let's start here and then there.
Hello. Oh, all right. My question goes to Siabulela. When you were talking about the education, you mentioned at school, at varsity and so forth. But what about us grown-ups? How are we going to educate ourselves about gender fluidity and helping other men understand that? Because we were trained and we know binary. So now when you come and you talk to me, especially children, now that we've got children, and your child comes to you and say they are binary or they are sexually fluid, I don't even understand what that means. So where's the education for us at that level?
Sorry, I got the first part. I don't know if it's and you've got a deep voice, so yeah.
Yeah, very white lawyer.
Yeah, very white. Please, sincerely, I could say, can you just maybe again, just quickly, how do we educate? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Okay. Let me. Did you hear my question? No. I can't change my voice, sorry. So education for us men who are much older, we are not in school. How are we going to educate ourselves, amongst ourselves, to learn about this binary thing, gender fluidity, and all these things, especially for our kids and each other?
It's very clear. Let's take that second question as you think about your answer. And by the way, when you don't hear what the person is doing, we've got a sign language interpreter. It's another official language. Check there. Let's take that question there.
Enda, my question goes to either of the speakers, is that tomorrow we'll be waking up in our communities, our families, and we have young men, young boys who are preview to the gender-based violence that we are facing today. How can we raise them differently? Not to shelter them from the gender-based violence, but then how can they be different men than what we are?
Thank you. 1 minute answer, and we wrap up.
Okay. Thank you so much, my brother, for that question. I think it's important because we always, limit the education aspect of, gender relations generally to schools and universities and to younger generation. But what you are saying is important because I remember a few years back we were doing, on behalf of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Under the Tree dialogues, and I was speaking to a man who is, but he was, very, yes. And he was like, so uchela mina ukuthi ngizwe ngomfazi, and so it becomes difficult for the older generation because of how, again, they have been socialized. And so what we need to do, especially towards the older generation, we must bring back those programs. I know the department is still doing it. One of the speakers earlier spoke of the Takuwane Reime Men's Movement, which is a platform for all of us as South African men to come together and have these discussions and institutionalize a responsive men's movement. And so the long and short for me is that let's just keep going, let's just keep creating platforms like this. This is why I love EmpowaMen, because it's an opportunity for, there's older men here who have not had an opportunity to have this discussion. So there is no really better way of saying it. Let's just create more platforms, and that's it. Thank you.
My daughter, I'm being sabotaged here. The question is, ivela kumfana wami, my son, so that's how we can raise you differently. I think let's be positive role models in our small corners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Milton, we respect your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. One more applause for the panel. Thina nje sivele sithi media ishaywa ne hamba ushaya intanga zakho ne gender based violence iphelela lapho hamba ukugura neintanga zakho imedia ishaywa manje siyokhuluma ngelozana manje inyuko sonke siyayifuna yazi unokubheka iTV ne ubona cash heist in the news and you see there's a crowd there. Don't you feel that you could come out of your sofa? You don't like crime. You're a good person. But you wish you could have just been there just to grab something. So I think now we're going to have a master class on financial abuse. Ladies and ladies, abekho abo ladies namhlanje. Hey, mawi ladies, sorry, gents. Please, gents, help me to welcome Dr. Frank Makwekwe, Executive for Financial Wellness and Advisory, Nedbank.
I'm going to use this one here. Let me just check it's on. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's good. I can't do the podium. So I'm so excited to be here. Wow. What an amazing opportunity of learning. And there was a question earlier. Older people like us, I include myself there. How do we learn? We learn by being at events such as this. That's one way to learn. And so we are here and we are learning, and I hope I can contribute to the learning in my own small way with what we are talking about. What are we going to talk about now? We're going to talk about, in fact, we created a beautiful hashtag for it at Nedbank. Hashtag, let's talk financial abuse. So those of you on socials, you want to tell your friends online, you are having fun at this amazing empowerment conference, you can hashtag, let's talk financial abuse. Again, we talk about learning. It doesn't end here. This is just the beginning. And so we've got an email address. If you want to continue the dialogue with us as Nedbank, you just drop us an email. Let's talk financial abuse at nedbank.co.za. Let's talk financial abuse at nedbank.co.za. I think what's so interesting for me, and in fact, I must thank the bishop. I don't know if he's still here, because he's really helped me anchor one of the important points I wanted to deliver this morning. Did you hear the bishop? He said he was driving and the child was crying at the back. And then he sort of tolerated, I'm paraphrasing, Bishop. I'm not putting words in your mouth. He sort of tolerated it for a while. Then it got too much. And then he slammed the brakes, then he turned. And then he said something. And then the child cried even more. And he could see fear in their eyes. Why am I saying it's such a wonderful opportunity for me to build on that point? Because when we often talk violence, or we add GNB, gender-based violence, for some reason, for many of us as men, the image that comes to mind for us is physical violence. So we then turn around and we say to ourselves, no, I don't abuse anyone because I don't hit anyone. But what the bishop told us, it's not just physical violence. Words matter. So you can also abuse someone through words that impact their emotions. And that's what I'm going to build on, the idea that it need not be just gender-based violence and you think physical violence. So I'm going to challenge you, gents, to reflect in your relationships. How do you handle the topic of finance with your loved one, with your spouse, with your wife, with your girlfriend? Because we at Nedbank, we believe that one of the topics we are not talking enough about as we put on the map and try to tackle the issue of gender-based violence is a subtle form of violence in relationships. And we call that financial abuse. Now you might be saying, hey, these people from Nedbank, what are they now talking about? Is there really such a thing? Let's check. I've got my colleague who's going to be driving a little quiz that we are going to do. Because that will tell us in the audience today, as we are engaging on this, kind of where do you stand? Excuse me. Where do you stand on the idea of financial abuse? So Nonji, if you are, if you are ready, please help me start the quiz. We will go to menti.com. Please take out your devices. Hopefully, you've got your smart device. You've got some data there. And then we're just going to ask you 4 simple questions. We spoke about learning. Sometimes we learn by doing. So we are inviting you to learn about yourself and where you stand on financial abuse through thinking about 4 questions that we have carefully crafted for you this morning. So if you are ready, Nonji, there's a QR code, or you can just go to Menti, M-E-N-T-I, menti.com. Then there's a code that you put in, you will immediately see question 1. The beauty of this tool we are using is as you answer, so please we want to see a good participation, because that will give us a sense of the audience this morning. Where do you stand on financial abuse? So you go to menti.com, or there's a QR code, and then there's a number that you put in. Nonji, the number? Oh, there it is. I'm looking there instead of there. There it is, sorry. So there is the code you put in to access the Nedbank Financial Abuse Quiz. That number on top, the user code, that's the number, 83944. It will take you to the questions, 4 simple questions, and we are led by doing as you reflect on those questions to ask yourself, where do you stand on financial abuse, a subtle form, as far as we are concerned at Nedbank, of gender-based violence. So menti.com, and then you put in those questions. As you start to see, the answers are starting to come. Very soon, we're going to see your participation. I'll keep my eye at bottom right. We've got 5 participants. Please, let's participate, because I am not here to teach. I'm here to dialogue with you, and this is part of the dialogue, this first question here. So the more you participate, the better our dialogue will be. Awesome. 129. I take care of all the big ticket items in my household and shield my partner from worrying about finances. We've got 101 now so far saying, yes, it's my job. And then 62 are saying, no, it's 50-50. And then, of course, we've got a few that are unsure. Let me give you a little bit more time because I know we are way more than the number showing on the bottom right, on the bottom left there from my side. Give you a little bit, then I want to dialogue. So please, if you haven't, let's give you 30 seconds or so. Then I want to talk about that question. I want to talk about that statement. What is it saying to us about financial abuse? How can we think about it? Because today is about shifting mindsets. We learn when we shift our mindset. We get new information, we reflect on it, and we say, perhaps I could think about this differently. Okay, I think we can start. I want to go to the question. If you haven't, please, we're going to hold on to this question for a while. You can still participate. So you can see by far, we have, yes, it's my job. 157 at this stage. Yes, it's my job. Let's just go to the question. I want to read it slowly and a little bit more deliberately. I take care of all the big ticket items. So think of the home loan, think of the bond, think of rates, water, lights, all those things. And shield my partner from worrying about finances, right? And shield my partner. So 160 says yes. So when you listen to what the bishop said earlier, the role of man and being a provider, definitely we can see that response coming on the blue bar, saying yes. But I want you to reflect on something we heard earlier, that often maybe we should not think outside the box. We should shift the box. We should shift the box. So I want to focus on the middle one, right? It's 50-50 versus, yes, it's my job. Why? Because what we often see is in the it's my job, the way it's my job is landing in the household. It's my job. You don't have to ask me anything about what's happening with the finances. That's what the provider would say. And so I want to challenge you and say, if it's your job, is it your job in such a way that your partner has absolutely no idea about what's happening with the finances in the house? And I'm asking that question because we all know and have had instances, and you might even know yourself. There is a parenting expert called Nikki Bush. She wrote a very interesting book. Her husband suddenly passed away, and she said for the first time in her life, she was confronted with, I have no idea about the finances of this household. I don't even know where to start. He was taking care of all the big items and making me not worry. So we at Nedbank, we want you to reflect on that. If you're doing everything, they don't even know where the life cover is. They don't even know who the car loan is with. They don't even know who is the home loan with. I'm protecting you, darling. I do everything. Are you? That is the question we at Nedbank are posing as we learn, gents, this morning to say it's about shifting mindset. Reflect on this question, and no one is out to judge you. It's about you just reflecting and at the end say, what is right for our household? We at Nedbank, we believe, yes, you can still play your role of supporting, but it is important to have the dialogue in the household so that they know what is happening with the finance. They are empowered with what's happening in the finances, as opposed to, I'm the man, I provide, don't ask me anything, I'm the one who runs the affairs of the house. So that is our first question. Think about it. Don't be harsh on yourself. Reflect and say, where do I stand here? We can move to the next question, Nonji. My partner and I do engage and discuss finances in our house. This is my favorite one. So please tell us what is happening. Partner, spouse, girlfriend, please participate. Let's get a sense. Where do we stand on this one? This is my favorite. I'll tell you why just now. We engage and we discuss. As we're putting the numbers, I want to remind you. In fact, I've got a little bit of money. I don't know how it came about. I didn't plan this. But I realize I do have a bit of money in my pocket. So I've got 100 rands here, right? I just want you to as you answer that question, to think about the following. I'm 52, and like Bishop, I've been improving as a man and reflecting, and I'll share a little bit about that later. And I want to tell you, as a 52-year-old, I've come to realize that when we talk money, we're not really talking this piece of paper here. We're not talking the digits that we see in our bank account. I want you to think about that as you answer the question. I think when we talk money, we're talking emotions. There cannot be money without emotions. Because money means different things to different people. Love, freedom, independence, giving, security. You cannot talk of those things without them triggering emotions in you. So when you say and respond to the question, my partner and I do engage, and please carry on, this is beautiful, engage and discuss finances in a house, you are indirectly saying, we engage and discuss emotions. And we heard Bishop saying earlier, and I must tell Bishop, I'm also one of those people. You're very hard for me. I've got better. Emotions are just not my thing. Just grew up, you don't express them. You know, as we often say. And that's one of the reasons we often as men, we don't want to talk about finances. Because talking about finances inevitably involves talking about emotions. Because money is full of emotions. So let's look at what you think this morning. Yes, we are dual income household. That's what we are saying. So we engage and we talk about it. And then we've got a few says, no, that's not necessary. And then we've got 109 that I want to focus on. So is that, I nearly said yellow, but I think that's mustard. I'm not good at colors. So that color in the middle, that one, right? 153, that's okay. We applaud you. Do more of that. Let's move to the 109. Not fully. I want to focus on the 109, then we can move. All I'm going to say, James, the 109. We need to shift so that we have more of these empowering, often difficult discussions around money. You will know, anyone who has been married long, like me, 26 years, the first few years were very challenging because of lots of arguments around money. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And sometimes we don't want to even talk about it because we see it triggers arguments in the relationship. We just said, okay, it's a no-go area. We don't talk finances. We at Nedbank are saying to empower relationships, to make sure there's no subtle forms of abuse. I'll come back to that topic. We should fully engage with what's happening with finances in the household, right? So 110, we need to shift you a little bit to the 158. You can go to the next one, Nonji. So in my household or in my relationship, I have access to all my partner's finances, and my partner does not have or have limited access to mine. So there's a little bit of an imbalance here, right? I'm the breadwinner. Maybe you're working you stay at home at the moment. I know everything that you're doing with your finances, but you don't know what I am doing with my finances. Do you see that? There's a little bit of lack of equality there, right? And one of my good friends shares a story where I thought we were doing well in our family. I was 7, and one day everything fell apart. We didn't know, my mom didn't know, that my father had a gambling problem. Gambled the finances of the house away. The car is taken away, the house is taken away, and they have to restart. That's an extreme example. But it highlights why we must have equality in access. What are you doing? What are we budgeting for? What are the important purchases? What are we renovating? It's important to have, for us at Nedbank, the dialogue that says, let's have equal access to information about what's happening. Why we think red, right? No, I don't even know if they have one. Or yes, mine is theirs, which is okay. So the middle one, we're okay. Mine is theirs, we are sharing, we kind of on the same page. Red is saying, you may not know what is happening. And when you come back to what the bishop said, how does the partner who has dollar access, you are totally in charge. Have you ever asked them, how do they feel? I started by saying violence, we often go physical, but emotions matter. So how are they feeling by totally being excluded to what's happened to finances in the house? You can see why it's important for us at Nedbank to say, it's a subtle form. And any one of us here, you would say, if someone is saying, you may be financially abusing your partner. You say, right? Because it's subtle. We don't think of it that way. And so this morning we are saying to you, we want to shift your thinking a little bit to broaden what we call gender-based violence by thinking about what's happening with finances in your household, in your relationship. Let's go to the last one, Nonji. My partner is fully reliant on me financially and I monitor. Oh, I'm going to tell you a story about that one. I monitor how they use the money. You know, I'm like a hawk. I check. Sometimes I even ask them. Sometimes I even tell them they are not using the money wisely, that I'm working so hard for. Is that where you are? Let's look at the numbers. No, my partner is independent. Beautiful, big number there. No, we are equal partners. Wow, excellent. Right? Then you've got blue, I take care. Let's do more. Let's do more. We can go to 200 something. We're at 187. Go for it, guys. Okay. And this one is so important. So I gave an example of a friend of mine who mentioned the story of the father having a gambling problem and they lost everything, right? But there are also instances, or the one I mentioned about the husband passing away, and then the wife said, I don't even know where the finance is. One of the things that's so important for us at Nedbank and why we love the idea of really shining the torch and improving awareness on financial abuse is the idea that, yes, we do say, till death do us part. But we also do know divorces happen, right? We do know, it's a reality. And so if you own assets, everything is in your name. As the man, gents. Everything is in your name. You do everything with regards to managing money. If the relationship ends, just think of the mother of your child, your wife. Where are they going to start navigating the world of finances? So you disempower them, right? When you're not even giving them exposure. Even if, it's still there to us part, but it's just power for us in the household where there is equal sharing of information around finance, equal, deciding on what needs to be done. So when we ask these questions, and like I said, if someone says to you without telling you, this is a little bit of a quiz on financial abuse, and they mention financial abuse, most of us wouldn't even put up a hand to say, I think I might have done that, right? Because it's so subtle. So I want to tell you a little bit about how I learned. Thanks, Nonji. We're done with our 4 quizzes. Let me tell you a little bit how I learned about it. So, like Bishop, I want to also say, but for 26 years later, I am proud to tell you that when I look back, I was a perpetrator of financial abuse. Yours truly, the one on stage right now. If you had asked me then, I would have told you also have lost your mind. Who, me? I don't do that. Let me give you quick examples. So I got married soon after varsity, 1998, 1997. I'm going to be in trouble truly here. 13 December 1997. And we all have different backgrounds, right, around money. And so for me, I want to highlight a couple of things. Hopefully, they will show how subtle it can be using me, myself, as the case study. So, firstly, started working. I was working for Liberty Life. Things are a little bit tough. First person in my house to get a degree. I'm supporting extended family members. I take on a little bit too much debt. By June 1998, I was earning only 42,000 rand a year, guys. Gents, not in a month, a year. Let me be clear. 42,000 rand a year, 1998. By June 1998, I had debt of 70,000. Nearly double. Now, let me tell you the problem with that. One, do you think my wife truly knew about it? Here's the first problem. She didn't. She did not know anything about it. So I want you to reflect on that. We were, by the way, married to community of property, which means half of that debt is her debt. Yet she did not know. I kept it away from her. Credit card debt, personal loans, right? And then fast forward, I'm struggling to pay back, right? And eventually end up blacklisted. And we're having problems with finances in the house. It's only the time she found out. I said earlier, it's not about violence, physical. Think about your emotions. And I can tell you what she said. She said, I can't believe you kept this away from me. You betrayed my trust. That is emotion. Therefore, that example of piling up a lot of debt in your name, credit loans, you keep it a secret from your partner, that's a form of financial abuse. And by the way, can I remind you, it's not for you to judge. Financial abuse is not for you. It's for the person experiencing it to say, no, it's not for you to say. So don't sit here and say, that one, okay. I think she's okay with it. Yes, I didn't tell me. No. 3 times. You have to ask her. She needs to tell you how she feels about it. Then you know whether she feels you are abusing her or not. So taking lots of debt, keeping it away from her, it's a problem. And I did that. Let's fast forward. Another example. And you can see, you learn as you go. And I'll tell you how I learned and became better. So that's the first one. Second one, again, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I get promoted. And before it, I heard earlier about Master 323. No. You see, Master 233 before it was in the 80s. Let me tell you, late 90s. No. We spoke Honda, Civic, VTEC, Silver, 2-door, lowered suspension, black leather seats. Before it. You get the picture. Himilo. I went just down the road. 100 Grayston Street, Investec Bank. That's where I used to work. 98, August. I just walked out of there. I'm a risk manager. I'm dressed nicely. You know what? I think I'm ready now to buy. I even remember the date. 7 October, 1998. 7 October, 1998. And you know, I proudly walked there, what they call Village Walk today. There is this Honda dealership. I walk in, and the gentleman walks smiling, and he says to me, how can I help you? And I said, I'd like to buy a car. He says, which one? I said, that one. This is a VTEC. 30 minutes later before it's all done. I'm proud owner of this Honda. I get home, thank you. But it gets worse. Remember, this is an example of financial abuse. Then I get home. I tell my wife, I had a little flat there on Jordan Street in Braamfontein. I said, Nana, we own a car. Tell me more. I said, I just bought a car today. What do you mean? No, I bought it on the week, taking delivery 2 days from now. What do you think was the reaction? You have lost your mind. Of all the things to do, of all the financial problems, we have a brand new car. We don't need a brand new car. Right? To me, beautiful surprise. I'm supporting. Bishop said it. You know, our role is there in the Bible. Financial abuse, before it. It's not for me to say. She felt betrayed. We didn't plan. This is a big purchase. How do you just go and make such a big purchase on your own? And again, may I remind you, it's not for you to say it's not a problem. You must ask her. It's not for you, gents. No. Let me tell you a third one. That is the craziest one. That's when I realized, by the way, I have a problem. You know, I have a problem. I need help. This one. Before it. This is somewhere around 2009, 2010. Good people, yours truly, I discovered 3 pairs of shoes in my wife's boot, brand new. Ha! Yo! I took them and I put them on the dining room table. Right? I'm going to talk to her. And let me tell you, I'm asking her about, you've got enough shoes. Do you need more shoes? She starts crying. And me not knowing how to deal with emotions, I make it worse. I said, just stop crying and answer the question. Crying is not going to help you here. I need an answer. Why are you buying so many shoes? I ask you, gentlemen, it looks like a laughing matter. But your partner, you are interrogating them on shoes. Them buying shoes and hiding them in the car says more about this guy than them. That was the problem. She was so scared of buying shoes and bringing them in the house because I was interrogating her. And I got my moment, like what bishops did. I cried. I realized I was being unreasonable. I was being unfair. This is a woman earning her own money. We need to discuss, but wait, shoes, arguing about 3 pairs of shoes. So that was my turning point. Rehabilitated. But let me also tell you, you need to continually watch out for it. Because it can come back suddenly and you don't think it's financial abuse, but it is. Let me leave you with this. We'll have to get on the discussion. Let's talk financial abuse at netbank.co.za. Thank you for this amazing opportunity. EmpowaMen, keep up doing the amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frank Makwekwe. That was amazing. The pairs of shoes, we can all, it resonates, guys. Monga Gashati is coming to you. Moshe Fatin said it's coming slowly. You know, I listened to Dr. Frank Makwekwe on the radio. Doesn't he look exactly like what he sounds like on radio? Because, you know, in radio, you start creating your own picture, right? So I think he's very much representative of his thoughts and voice. Thank you for that applause. That was nice. For a change, I get an applause. Right. Now we move right along. Masterclass on fatherhood. Huh? It's nice when you are there in the hotel room. Now we want fatherhood. Please, Machita, gents, help me welcome Tibos Mukwele.
Fere Majimbos. Mara whatever how you answer that question. Fere Majimbos. Let's forget la lona. Fere Majimbos. Awoo. Good morning. Le grand. Hey, yeah, ne. Kill time about it. So you can imagine when I was told to come and talk about this, I was like, damn, now I must give you my recipe? Aye. But I think it's also important that we share these experiences together as Bafui so that we can give rise and rise a better generation than us, right? Are we in agreement? Let me ask you this. Are you better than your father? Oh, yasuka manje. Yasuka indawo. I'm deliberating asking you that question. Are you better than your father? And if you are not sure how to answer it, maybe after this short talk, you'll be able to. But before we go to that, let me first tell you something. I titled this talk, Do Better Than Your Father. Ungizwile, ne? Do better than your father. I'll explain and I'll qualify it. When I was busy trying to write a book that I should have read before I kissed a girl or even went to varsity, and the book is now released, it's almost a year out, it's called Pause. You have it? Okay, thank you. And at the time, I was seeing a therapist, a coach, because sometimes you need a voice outside you to share with you the inner workings of your thoughts so they can help give you a certain trajectory. And my therapist then shares a model, a clinical psychologist model, which was done by a lady, I think in Europe somewhere, or US. Her name is Pia Melody, and it was in 2002. It's talking about birthrights. Like, yeah? Birthrights. And the reason she brought it along is because they used this model, you know why? To understand the inner workings of your mind, your emotions, and so on. There's a classical phrase that psychologists will use. They say, in order for you to understand the adult, look to the child. Meaning, study how you were raised, right? Look into the background, look into the environment that you were raised in. But the most fascinating thing that came through with this childbirth or the birthrights is this. Did you know that the minute you are a guardian / parent to someone, you have signed a constitution to deliver 5 birthrights without you knowing? Which are those? Let me take you through them one by one. The first right you need to give to a child is the right to feel valuable and precious. By the time I finish that statement, you've already forgotten what I said. But when I say to you, the first right you give to a child is, do I matter? Do I matter? The second right is the right to be protected, meaning, am I safe? Number 3, the right to be real, meaning, am I enough? Number 4, the right to be dependent, not independent, to be dependent on you as my guardian or parent, meaning, do you see me? Do you see me? And the last, the right to openness and spontaneity, meaning, can I be me? Can I just be me? Are there any parents here? Raise your hands, let me see you. If you are raising a girl, raise your hand. Thank you. I'm speaking to you now. When fathers raise their daughters, these emotions make sense. When your daughter says, do I matter? What are you going to say? Oh, Mtanam, you matter. Right? When she says to you, Papa, am I safe? What are you going to say? Ubad loy. Kimango, right? Am I enough? Oh, mtanamu. Whatever you want is provided. And trust me, even if we can't afford it, right? But you have all that we can give to you right now. You saw what happened with a 15-year-old being bought by a 40-year-old. I get? Did you see that, right? A 40-year-old man buying a 15-year-old girl with gifts, right? Pack that. Pack that. Which of the birthrights does that speak to? It speaks to, am I enough? You are raising a daughter. Can she be bought? Can she? Your responsibility as a father is to make sure that she knows she is enough. Right? Number 4, your daughter comes to you, princess, says, Daddy, do you see me? Right? Chances are you'll even switch off the TV and says, dance for me, my girl. Do whatever you want to do. Model for me, because when I see you. And then she comes to you and says, with the whole thing about being open and being spontaneous, she says, Daddy, can I be me? Says, of course. We see videos of daddies sitting there, umntwana mposhonke, azampende, ngama makeup, amenzi Popeye. And he'll just sit there, and it's the funniest thing. Why? Because he's allowing himself and letting the girl to be open and spontaneous. With who? Her first romance being who? You, the father. Aha. How many men in here are raising boys? Raise your hands. I'm blessed with 4 boys and 1 girl. After that, ngithenga TV bafethu. Sekhona bedroom sibukela yona with Netflix. Can your boy come to you and says, Papa, do I matter? Without you retorting and say, hey, clean away. Can your boy come to you and says, Papa, am I safe? Can your boy come to you and says, am I enough? So funuktin manje. Windot. Papa, do you see me? Baby, awuzela. Ingane yakho icalile. Can your boy come to you being open and spontaneous and say, Daddy, can I be me? And I am deliberate in showing you the two because you are very gentle with the girls, you are not gentle with the boy. I'm a living example of this birthrights. That's why I say this is a model that coaches, psychologists trained, they will use to try and peel the layers that make you who you are. Soon I realized, yeah, man, my soft landing was with my mother and the hard stuff was with my dad. Fast forward to me being a married man. My dad now, I'm married, 28. Now, we're not. I'm like, how? What was I all along? Isn't that a bit too late to tell me how to handle a woman? Isn't that a bit too late to tell me ukuthi mangikholile she must only know 80% of the amount and keep 20% because should you give her 100%, she'll plan on 100%, but if you give her 80%, she'll plan on 80%, and when the rainy day comes, you'll be surprised you have the 20%. Isn't it a bit too late for you to tell me that? Isn't it a bit too late to tell me ukuthi mamela la? Whatever you do ngaphandle ntwana, ayihlale ngaphandle. Your best friend, yilo mshadile. Isn't it a bit too late? Isn't it a bit too late as well to have a glass of whiskey with me. Ngoba ngiyakusaba. You are not my solace, you are not my can I be me. I couldn't be spontaneous with you. Not because bengifuna ukuphuza utshwala nawe, but you could have taught me how to handle it, how to drink it, when and how. I'm married now, I have kids. I'm home. As I walk in, there he is. He's late now. We lost him 2015. There he is sitting there. I'm blind. So he's there, he's home. I didn't even know he's there. And then I walk in, I'm like, hey, how? But before I could go to him to greet him, my sons, 3 of them, are coming back from school. They're being dropped off. They see me. Daddy, 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 daddy. I drop everything. I give them attention. If you are Pedi Zulu, Venda Tsonga, actually, if you are an African man, you already see there's a problem. Right? Because I didn't go to him and greet him first. Right? I changed on my way to him to do what? To give my sons attention. Do you understand what I'm saying? They come to me, I drop everything on the floor, I give them attention, hugs, and they're all speaking over each other. Why? They want to tell me about their day. And I'm trying to give them all attention, but it's important for me because I need to be present. After a while, they run off. Now I'm left with the dilemma. I must go and explain. Slowly. But you know, the power of Itagazel. Get it low. He laughs because he knows what I'm doing. And then I sit down so that I can properly greet him. And then he held his hand out like this. So meaning speak no more. So what happens when that hand when that hand comes down? I don't know. He can chastise me, he can do anything. He's a father, right? As that hand comes down, he doesn't look me in the eye, he looks down. He says to me, "You are the father I wanted to be." Buffett, do better than your father. How you were raised, it was not happening to you, it was happening for you. What happened to you didn't happen to you, happened for you. Whether he was present, absent, it happened for you. Look at you now. Did you learn from it? Are you going to cut that cycle and make it better? What lessons are you learning? What were you deprived of that you don't want to deprive the next generation? It didn't happen to you. It happened for you. Most of us don't know affection. We don't know the words "Nyaktanda mtanam" from our fathers. It doesn't mean, therefore, you are weak to give it to your sons and daughters. You know how it feels not to have it. You know how it feels not to hear it. Give it. Because your job is to raise a better generation. I love what Khalil Gibran, the prophet, said about children. Google it, Khalil Gibran, his poem about children. He says, as parents, we are nothing but bows. Our kids are arrows. Our job is to stretch back, aim them at the target, and when the time comes, let go. It is not your duty to give direction on where they will land. It's up to them. What they choose, where they want to go, only God knows what He has put in them. Your job, you are the incubator, right? Give them what you know and better. And then bring out, give life to the seed that God planted in them. Why? You being better than your father, them being better than you, it is not a position to stand up and be proud and be praiseful about it. But without you realizing, when you are better than your father, you heal your father from his painful past. I'll say it again. You may have not had it or experienced it, but it is your duty, your responsibility to give it. Our job is to be successful in life. And when I'm talking about success, I'm not talking about money only. I'm talking about money, health. I'm talking about your mental wellness. I'm talking about your social networks. I'm talking about your family. I'm talking about the relationship you're building. There's more to success than just money. Money is just one aspect of it. Some people are so poor, all they have is money. You need to have it all. Can you walk in your house and children are not running to their bedroom because sekafigile? Can you walk into your house and all of them, from wife to kids to your parents to your mother, they all want your attention? Why? Because you managed to do better. Your job, when we say you are successful, is because you have raised the bar above where you got it from. Your job, I repeat, is to do better than your father. Thank you, guys.
Hey, son, standing ovation. Gents. Gents, give yourself a standing ovation. Let me see it. For being here. We are here. Thank you, gents. Ngabe ni cheering, ngabe ngithi mbokodo. Marmanje, but that voice, Perry White, I was so jealous. You know, when you like to talk and you don't have that voice, it's so painful. Baby, I need you. Baby, I want you. For all the brothers in the world, the black brothers, the brown brothers. Who knows what I'm talking about? Let me live my life loving you. Perry White. Now, we are moving right along. I'm going to miss the tea break, if you don't mind. I can feel the energy. Let's just keep going. Now we're from Masterclass Fatherhood. Jens Tibos was amazing. Ithakazelo nami ngizozikhumbula. We're now going to the future of a boy child. That's a big, big topic, and it's very close to my heart. And we're going to welcome Refilwe Mohale to give us the opening remarks. Very briefly, Refilwe. And then please approach the stage one of my favorite people at EmpowaWorks and EmpowaMen, who's going to facilitate the discussion, is Pastor Joshua Mthanyelo. He's also co-founder of EmpowaMen, and he's going to introduce his panel, which includes Nyempine Mabunda, Loiso McDonald, and Chaplain General Ernest Thabo Masweu. And then we're going to have as well Lerato Macheta from One Gospel. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of a boy child, Refilwe Mohale.
Dumelang. It is an absolute pleasure to be standing in front of all these wonderful men in this house today. And I'd like to thank Mr. Masiza, Avutis Chaba. Thank you for this wonderful platform to be able to engage our fellow men on this very important topic on the future of a boy child. And I'd also like to thank my seniors, because I'm not just standing here in my own right, but I'd like to thank Mr. Ngosinathi Moshwana and Martin Sweet for entrusting me to be able to speak to our audience today and on behalf of our organization. Standing here in front of you is a father, a young father of a almost 2-year-old son. And the things that Abuti Tibos was talking about, I was reflecting so much. And I was just asking myself, Hore, Lord, what grace have you given us? What wisdom have you given us to be able to lead and raise these young ones? And I'd like to encourage every single man, brother, father in this house today. When I come home every single evening from work, I first start in the living room, because I know my son is busy watching Miss Rachel. There's this thing of Miss Rachel that they are watching. And then I go to my wife and I greet her and I kiss her. But I try to give my son affection, love. I hug him, I kiss him, I pick him up. Because I believe that's one of the things that some of us growing up were missing from our fathers. A study by Alfred Modise titled Social Issues on the Academic Performance of Secondary School Learners found that adolescent males in South Africa face a challenging environment with a myriad of social issues impacting their development. Poverty, teenage pregnancy, bullying, low self-esteem, and parental unemployment are prevalent challenges affecting learners' academic performance in secondary school. Challenges in their hostile living environments, including negative peer pressure, bullying, and a lack of social support, call for interventions involving positive role model figures, self-esteem development, and strong family and community support collectively. These issues emphasize the need for a more supportive and inclusive environment to nurture the potential of young men in South Africa. Redirecting focus to the development of boys became crucial, as statistics suggest that boys are the ones that are struggling and need more support and guidance than ever before. They continue to drop out of school, get lowered grades, develop addictions to substance abuse, pornography, engage in unsafe sex, and they are the ones that are emotionally disturbed and commit suicide more often than girls. Earlier this year, we were shocked by the headline of a 13-year-old boy that shot his principal in Soweto. Another story was that of 6 grade 12 boys that sexually assaulted 4 grade 8 girls at a school in Humansdorp. The hard truth is that many of our boys are lost and will grow up to be abusers, which is why it is critical that there needs to be a particular focus on the development of young boys. And if we are to make any meaningful headway to change their trajectories, we need to focus on them. The effects of traditionally defined masculinity and the societal expectations it places on boys presents itself in how we raise them. More so, differently to girls. It starts when we start to equate the emotions with weakness. We direct boys to display strength no matter what. You know, they have to be tough. They have to be strong. No pain. They need to be courageous, dominating, no pain, no emotions, with the exception of anger and aggression, and definitely no fear. We all know that if you show fear, you are weak. We teach them that men are in charge, which means women are not. That men are superior, women are inferior. That men are the ones that are strong, women are the ones that are weak. That women are, less value. They're just properties or objects, particularly sexual objects. From a young age, we teach our boys that "Munna ke nku, halle," and we stifle their ability to connect emotionally with others. They become fluent in emotional self-censorship and anesthetized to feelings to avoid caught having any. This conventional set of rules for being a man is outdated and unhealthy. It traps men in an emotional straitjacket. It steers them towards isolation and selfishness, sexism and violence. And, when our young boys come home from school with a bruised lip or, with a torn shirt, sithini kubo, uyakhula mfanami. And we rejoice that, they are violent at school and they are standing their ground. Don't be surprised if tomorrow these boys of ours are in jail. What happens to boys in their early childhood influences the men they become tomorrow. The Youth Start Foundation and its partners set out to address this problem at its roots. As social reformer Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. For this reason, the initiative that we launched in 2022, What About the Boys, was designed to help our young boys to redefine this masculinity and stop gender-based violence by teaching them to, number one, to share their emotions in healthy ways. They need to accept and connect with others despite them being different or having different values. They need to learn to manage their emotional triggers. And of course, very important, for them to gain skills for economic tractions. We want to see them prospering. We want to see them have ambition for bright futures. For them to stand up, very important, for them to stand up and speak out against bullying and inequality. One of our speakers spoke earlier today about being an active bystander, because it is when we, as men, when we keep quiet, do these justices continue. And for them to be able to break free from these past stereotypes. As I see program director is coming. Through the collaboration and the sponsorship of some of the organizations which include Sasol, McDonald's, Markham, Ford Foundation, Siriti, and ABSA, our innovative approach has reached 50,000 boys nationally, exposing them to relatable storytelling through movies, coupled with informative, illustrated Good Man Guide, workbook, mentorship, and a free online platform called Prime Stars Digital. And I'm just going to read some of our findings from the report that we have. By way of example, our pre-assessment...
I'm standing here, finding.
He's chasing me away. 16% of our boys agreed with the statement that there are times when a woman deserves to be beaten. 30% of them agreed with the statement that it is okay for a man to hit his girlfriend or wife if she doesn't want to have sex with him. 74% of them agreed with the statement a man can have sex with his wife whenever he wants. Now ask yourself, where do our young men get these ideas from? I'd like to leave you with these last few words. Bontate, bo abuti, abo tatumkhulu, o malume, ha re tataiseng bashemane ba rona. Bophelo bona bo boima, Mare ha re ka tshehetsana, re tlo se lokisa setjhaba sena sa rona. And I'd like to say to our young men all over South Africa, re teng, re a ba rata, and le kgale be re ba lahla. And you need to let the young men in your life know that you are there for them. It is time for us, men, to start living exemplary lifestyles. We need to be the positive role model figures, present role model figures in our young men's lives. Let's raise a nation of good men. And I'd like to invite you, we do have our stall outside, What About the Boys? Come and find out about our initiative. Find out how you, as a male, as a man, a positive man in our country, can get involved. Thank you, Program Director.
That was beautiful. Those cats are shocking. Huh? Thank you very much. Gents, nimzulu refilwe ne. Abo now the made melishawe. Ay mara it's 21st century. Ay. Tina maskula be bayishaya ngebhakstina. And among ayishaya beyithi kusho ukuthi awungithandi. But that time is over, gents. Siphelile lesikhathi sokuthi bela umshaye ngelabhapha umntwana ukumbonisa ukuthi uyamthanda. Iphelile writing. Please, gents, abantwana bayancanywa no bayise restaurant, donsela isitulo. Yabona, mtreat grand before ndawona. So, Pastor Joshua, please approach me. You and your team and Lerato Macheta, please also come, and Pastor Joshua will introduce his panel. Ladies and gentlemen, co-founder of EmpowaMen, Joshua Mtone.
Matota, anginizwa matota, matota. Indoda ingawa namhlanje kusasiphinde ivuke madoda. Indoda ingumholi madoda. Indoda iprovider madoda. So I've got a full panel here of great minds here. I've got Nyimpini Mabunda. Give him a round of applause. We've got the guy we always see him on our screens, Loiso McDonald. The Queen. We've got the Chaplain General from the South African National Defense Force, Chaplain Maaswewu. Give him a round of applause. We've got Lerato Macheta from One Gospel. Give him a round of applause. We really have a balanced panel. You see, mankind are in a crossroad. It makes it difficult for our boys to survive or to live. Sometimes they don't know what does it mean to be a man. Because as fathers, we've struggled to really to define what does it mean to. So men are in a crossroad. They said the issue about a boy child is that at the age 6, they play in dangerous areas like swimming pools, dams, and they die. When they turn 14, they join gangs because they want affirmation, and they're shot there and they die. When they turn 18, they join the taxi industry. Luckily, they will die also there. But when they turn 21, maybe they will join the mining industry. They die. So man is an endangered species. So we're here with this panel to talk about the future of a boy child, so that we don't find that we're losing our boys. They go entabeni to remove the polar neck. They die. Somebody's about to touch his polar neck. Can somebody say polar neck? Ndede Nyimpini. Let's start with you. How do traditional notion of masculinity influence the development and the expectation placed on a boy child as they grow up?
Well, I lost the trail of my thoughts because I'm thinking about polo neck. Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and good afternoon, everybody. I think, look, firstly, we need to, I'm speaking from a perspective of being a father of 3 boys. And unfortunately, up until these boys get married, if they choose to marry women, I won't have a daughter, right? I don't. So I think about this question a lot. And 3 things that actually has been a theme through this morning, and the previous speaker articulated it so well, is what the traditional masculinity system has done is to produce today, with all things that are good about us men sitting here, but it's produced men that are 7 times more likely, not more likely actually, these are actual stats, men that are more suicidal 7 times than women. Suicide rates today, 7 times men kill themselves than women. It's produced men that are at the heart of GBV. The system has produced men that are committing crime, in horrific crimes like rape, like murders of teachers and so on and so forth. So I think we need to acknowledge, to say, if you look at the men of today, with all the good things we have, the traditional masculinity system of boys don't cry, we need to be strong all the time, we need to be independent, we are providers, has not worked. But it has created the men we have today who are not communicative, who are not in touch with their emotions, who are vulnerable but do not seek help. So we know that if we continue along the same traditional masculinity, we'll get the same guys that we have today. And yet the world is changing quickly. So I think about, how do I raise boys to be future men in an environment and society that is going to be more gender neutral or gender equal than the one I was in? So in doing so, one of the things I have to think about is, how competent am I as a man today to raise the men of the future? And where do I need help? Because I am not the man that is future fit. And I think the first thing, it's important that we admit that. To say even we need help. Earlier today I was talking in another environment, and I shared that, just to give a simple example, I've worked for 25 years, right? In my career, in corporate, where I've had senior roles, I've only had, of my 10 bosses, I've only reported to 2 females out of 10. My boys are more likely to report to more women bosses than men. So I'm not necessarily equipped to teach them on how to relate to a woman as a boss. Yet that is going to be their future reality. So how do I equip them better? So these are some of the tough things we need to be asking ourselves. The point is, to answer your question very simply, is that the traditional notion of masculinity, while some of it continues to have relevance, is not future fit.
One, two. Yeah. But maybe let's just get a little deep, because there's this notion also says a man is a provider. And he needs to provide. But what happens when your wife or your future makoti is a CEO? How do you help your boy to understand that and he only earns imali singwa? You know, how do you help him to understand that now the provider, umreki, is this mother, this woman? How do you help him? Anyone, gentlemen, how do you help him?
Hi, everyone, first of all. It's so good to see everybody here. I think it's a simple question of providing what? If it's just providing money, well, if that's all you see yourself as, then you're going to be in deep shit. But what are you providing? Is it strength? Is it support? Is it anything other than just finances? Surely we're more than that. Surely you are more than that. So you have to ask yourself the deep questions. And I think have a level of self-awareness to do that. If it's not there, then you're not having that conversation with yourself and you will be in trouble, which I think where a lot of our issues that were just brought up now come from, is a lack of self-awareness.
Sure. Yeah. So, Lerato, how can parents and educators promote healthy masculinity and emotional intelligence in boys from a younger age?
Good day, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I think this initiative is absolutely incredible, of course, to see all these men here that are willing to show up for themselves and show up for the future generations. And I'm happy to be speaking into this topic. When I think about future generations, there's a friend of mine who, he doesn't know that he's my mentor because I don't want him to start charging me. But we were having a conversation the other day, and we were discussing ministry, right? So I was talking to him about how I wanted to get more involved in ministry, the things that I wanted to do. And he sat me down and he said, look, there's a hierarchy to things. In order of importance, first is God, second is your spouse, third is your children, fourth is your career, fifth is your ministry. And I sat back and I said, well, that's very interesting. He said, Lerato, you have to understand that as soon as you take care of these four things, that is your ministry. When you're able to put God first, when you're able to put your wife after that, you're able to take care of your kids, and you take care of your career, that is your ministry. So when we start to think about the boy child, and we talk about how is it that we are going to reach them at their point of need, it's not necessarily about what we say to them as much as it is about what we show them. There's a saying that I love that says, preach the gospel at all times. And only use words if you must, which means that my life is supposed to be the thing that speaks to the boy child. How I live my life is the thing that's going to then say, there's something about this man. There's something about him that I want to tap into. What is it about you? Then you can come to me and we can have a conversation. But I need to lead with my life, and my words will follow after that. There's another thing that you said. You said teachers or educators. I think a very big mistake that a lot of us make is we outsource parenting to the schooling system. We outsource what it is that we are supposed to be teaching our children, and we pay for it. We pay for a good school. We pay for a good nanny. We pay for an au pair. And yet there are certain things that institutions will never teach your children. And we cannot replace institution with parenting.
Sure. So manhood is not taught, manhood is caught. It's how you do it. But I think we have a challenge to say, while we're saying that, where have we learned manhood? So we need to be conscious about what we do, because sometimes some of people have never seen a man in their life, so there was no man who was involved in his life. Let me come to you, Chaplain General. You know, these are the men that raise our men, our boys. Recently, one of the political leaders, he suggested that we should get all the boys, when they finish school, to go to the army. So, Chaplain General, what role can mentorship and positive male role models play in shaping the future of a boy child?
Good afternoon.
I'm just tempted before I speak just to rise up and be on attention and call all of you on attention. But I won't do that now.
Yeah, you can do that.
My father died when I was 6 years old. And I was raised by a beautiful late mother who did her best to take care of all of us. We were about 8 at the time. And at no stage we felt like the father is not there. But there is one thing that remained with me in the 6 years that continued to be part of me until now. Every day when my father was to go to work, if I'm at home, he would walk with me. He worked just a kilometer or two away from home. That's where he worked. So he would walk with me, hold my hand, we go together, come back. Now sit in his office there. He worked at a place in Davidton that was called Kopareng. They were doing this African beer. And I enjoyed the smell of that, motoho, how santseno bidiswa. So when he would go to hospital, he would also take me with. I never understood why are we going to these places. And as the last born, I was the only one who would enjoy eating at the time. It was the one thing that when you ate that one meal, you were the best. Russian and chips. Russian and chips. Hanojile Russian. I know. Everything was good. And then when my grandfather and my grandmother would get paid from the pension, they would make sure, and especially on my birthday, they would buy full chicken. I would eat it first. My siblings will have to sit there and watch. When I'm done eating, then they can come in. Now, I'm giving you just these examples to say, years down the line, I can still remember the things that my father did, young as I was.
Yeah, sure.
So, is it all about every day that you say the father must be there? Because, we grew up in those times where father goes away to work and comes back certain times and all that. And those fathers did their all to make sure their families are doing well. And the kids admired their fathers for just that. It was not about you are there every day. So the mentoring came in where you would see this man who goes to work, disappears for a month, comes back after a month. He has this envelope. He puts it on the table. The wife will be like, Dad is back and there's going to be nice things happening. And the boy who grows up in that house would see this man and say, I want to be like this man.
Yeah.
And I grew up and I looked at what happened in the 6 years. And I said, all I want to do is to be able to walk with my son every day and hold his hand.
Wow.
There was no script from my father.
Yeah.
There was no motivational talks. It came out naturally. And I think I want to say, maybe the problem that we are having now, we want to rely on scripts, forgetting to do it naturally. Be you. Let your son see you. Let your son see the father who would wake up and say, I love you, my son.
Yeah.
Let me just close by saying, we had a very rough day with my son. I have a 21-year-old son. And maybe many of us will agree that the boys that we raise this day are different. They want to do things with their own pace, own time. You know, they don't want to be like us. And so as we engaged, my son says, Dad, I don't want to be like you. I want to be me. And all I want you to do, just do your best as my dad, and I will determine the me with what I've seen from you. So men out there need to understand the whole question of mentoring. Every single day you wake up, the first act, you are mentoring. As you wake up, you kiss your wife, your children, you are mentoring. As you speak, you are mentoring. How you respond, you are mentoring. And as you touch, you are mentoring. As you go to that private room and pray, you are mentoring. As you do things with your community, you are mentoring. How you relate with your siblings, you are mentoring. And somebody's child, somebody's boy is watching and saying, I have this man as my mentor. He doesn't know.
Sure. Wow. Somebody's child is watching you. There are a lot of boys that grow with single mothers, but they need role models like you. I think we're going to take 3 questions, but first let's start with McDonald. Yes, but in what ways can we encourage boys to embrace vulnerability, empathy, and respect for others as they navigate adolescence and adulthood?
I love this question, and I think we've all kind of alluded to it in one form or another. It's being having good examples. Just a quick question. How many of us here, just a show of hands, would describe their childhood as traumatic in one way or another?
Sure.
Right. Now, that's something. It's not nothing, right? And how many times do you end up thinking about your impact on the people around you, your relationships with your siblings, your children, based on your reaction to that trauma? It's a tough thing. And for example, myself, I was sexually abused as a child. I never really understood the impact of that on who I became later on in life until I was well into adulthood, one failed marriage down, relationships, life not really going great. It forced me to look within to say, okay, Loy, listen, you don't control, it's that age-old saying, you don't control what happens to you, you control your response to it. And that, I think, is what is missing or has been missing for many of us growing up, is not having examples of this is what a good relationship looks like. This is what a responsible human being does at home or at work or whatever it is. Good examples, being that good example is tough. I myself as well also have a son who's almost 2 this year. And I ask myself every time I see his face, what example am I setting for him? And it's hilarious because I play, for those of you who have Showmax, I'm currently playing an abusive principal, school principal on television, right? And one of the main reasons I took that role was because of how they had written it. Nothing's being glorified. It's a tough position to have to empathize, again, as someone who was sexually abused as a child, to have to empathize with a human being that you could say you despise or hate. I don't like using those words because I generally don't try not to give them any sort of impact in my life because it ends up affecting how I relate to everybody else. So anyway, I try to keep it positive. So I have to put myself, anyone who knows anything about acting, you have to put yourself in that person's shoes without judging them. So I have to put myself in the position or in the shoes of a human being who does despicable things without judging. That forces me to rethink things. It forces me to think outside of the box in terms of who this person is, what made them this way. It's not an excuse, mind you. But there are reasons. And I think it's, in terms of how to teach that to my son, I don't know. Outside of doing it myself and hoping that I'm a good example for him in as many aspects of my life as I possibly can. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But we try. We don't give up. Resilience is a huge thing. That again, I don't think you can choose, but you're forced into sometimes. And we talk about strength and what is strength as a man, and redefining it. I don't think it's necessary to redefine it. As your son said, those words mean a lot to me as well, because no one taught me how to be a man. I just had to be a good human being. I was taught to be respectful. I was shown what respect looks like, etc., etc., etc. And I sometimes worry if the titles are even useful. It's a question I ask myself, is the title masculinity useful? It's not something I looked up to and one day said, I'm going to define masculinity for me. No, I am who I am, and I try to be the best version of myself as possible. Maybe simplicity is better. Who knows? I don't know. Trying to figure it out every day.
Yeah. Just to make a follow-up to a father who sits here, because there are a lot of message that teaches girls about the issue of abuse and everything. But there's a lot of boys' abuse that happens there. And maybe because of the issue of masculinity, they don't come up, I get a man, take it in. How can you have fathers to be able to speak to their boys about the issue of abuse?
Well, it's another great question. So I didn't know my biological father growing up. Still don't know the man. But I was raised by a loving mother and a stepfather. Again, I hate titles sometimes. Oksalayo, my father. That's my father, right? And I remember coming home, the first person I spoke to and said, listen, I think I was 11. This is what happened to me, and I'm not sure what it means, I think was the gist of what I said. He sat me down and just listened. Listened. I just remember how quiet he was in that conversation. The fact that I could even approach him was because he had created that space between him and my mother. They had created that space for me to speak my mind and not have to worry about, oh, what are they going to think? Are they going to believe me? Are they going to think it's my fault? I never had to worry about those questions. It's tough, but you have to do the work. We have to do the work. If not us, then who?
Wow. Give him a round of applause. Yebin, how do we, because I just want to take on that, how do we create that safe space for our sons to be able to come? Because when it comes to in the house, the dogs, the howl and everything, the TV switches off because the boss of the remote is here, he's going to change the channels.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is so profound, right?
Yeah.
Look at how much a 6-year-old remembers about what happened with the dad, or 11-year-old. And the point is, our kids, I cannot overemphasize role modeling. Our kids are watching us all the time, more than we know. They pick up what we say, they pick up how we treat their mothers, how we treat others. Because how else does a young boy learn to be a man other than thinking he needs to copy and repeat what a man in the house is doing?
Sure.
You know? Yeah. So I sometimes when I talk to my boys, I get so surprised at how much they notice.
Little things that I think I'm doing in the corner and they don't realize, but they actually do. So the point about being present is very important. And let's face it, because we are the so-called breadwinners, and we're busy, we use that as an excuse not to be present to our families. Sure. As fathers, we are far too busy to be with our boys. You know? I mean, I see it even when you go to sports games. It's not the dads who are there, the moms. Right? We go to parent-teacher meetings. We outsource to the mothers. We outsource to au pairs. Presence, for me, is a very powerful thing. Just be there and make time and stop making excuses. But the other thing, which I will be a little bit controversial about, is practice what we preach. The reality about some of us, or a lot of guys here, we talk about being present or behaving in a certain way, not abusing alcohol, not doing this and that, but we actually say one thing and we do another, and we think that we can get away with it. Yeah. You know, I am surprised about how many people you would not expect to be involved in GBV who are involved. And some of them are actually the proponent and those who are most outspoken about against gender-based violence, and they're the one who beat up their wives. And they're sitting amongst us. Yeah. So I think, you know, we really just have to be honest with ourselves and being transparent and practice what we preach, because it's been seen.
Wow. Give him a round of applause. The abusive principal is here on the podium. Yeah, just
a parting shot, please. Yeah. A parting shot. Sorry, gents. I'd like to piggyback on what you said just now.
1 minute, in 1 minute.
One of the fundamental problems is not only that we are not physically present. Sometimes you are unable to meet your child at their point of need because what they are dealing with forces you to deal with the demons on the inside of yourself.
Sure.
And because you haven't dealt with yourself, you are now unable to meet them at their point of need. So you being busy is convenient because I am not willing to deal with what you are dealing with on the inside of myself. So it goes back to that thing where I'm saying, no, we have to do the work. We, on the inside of ourselves, we have to face ourselves, we have to look in the mirror, we have to tell ourselves the truth. We have to do the healing for ourselves, and that's the only way we'll be able to hold space for the next generation.
Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Can I close with a story? Yeah. Huh? What 30 seconds. 30 story.
Seconds. 15. 15.
Okay.
15.
The story about young elephants that have been, young bull elephants who have been mess upping the game reserve. They try all kinds of professionals to help this elephant, but they couldn't. Until then, old man came and says, there's a problem with this elephant. The problem is that there are no older bulls to teach them how to look for water, how to protect the head. That's why they're like this. So we are here to say to all the older bulls, there's a boy that needs you outside there. Let's go for the young bull. God bless you.
Chaplain General, I wanted to remember you with your salute, but the Russian and chips has kind of overtaken that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see you, Nyimpini. Thank you. Always good to see you. Cheers. Right. Moving right along. Now I'm going to call Dumi Leroux, who is the general manager at EmpowaWorks, and she's also the lead for Empower Youth. And she will be followed by Nova, who are doing HIV testing, you know. I'm not throwing shade on anyone. All I'm saying is there's HIV testing outside. So if you want to go, walk alongside the fence there, but please go and test. We will not judge you. Vandaag is vandaag. Tumi, are you coming? And then, I told you, they say program director, and then they direct you. Please clarify. I'm told that I should call Tumi, and now the guy comes and says Charlie. I don't know who's Charlie. Who's Charlie? What's going on? So after the person who's coming, we're going to have Nova HIV testing. And then after that, we're going to have my old friend, Gugu Makatuga, is going to tell us about Taylor Me. And soon after that, we're going to have Amadotana Asewesi. They're going to perform here. They're raising funds. They've been awarded an honorary doctorate, so they're trying to raise funds. Please support them financially. I know they said money is not everything, but these guys need money. So, Amadotana Asewesi, Azos take her out to lunch, okay? And then when we come back, then we go to the separate breakaways. So, you are Charlie. Okay, Charlie. How long do you want to be here for? 10 minutes too long. 5. Sharp. Let's go.
Matota. Nijan Bafetu. Siapila. Bafetu, my name is Charlie. I'm a Health for Men coach. Ne? We are finding different facilities. What we're doing, we're dealing with men who are living with HIV. We know how much men hate to come to the clinic. There's lots of excuses, ain't it? Some of us, we test with our partners. My partner just got a baby. I know she's negative. It means I'm also negative. Ne? But now, Health for Men has done it simpler for men, because when you get into a facility, you will find a guy named Coach, which I'm also a coach in Midlands Clinic. There's one in Hamburg. In most of the clinics, we do find one of us. Ne? What we do, we're making your journey to be simple. As you enter the clinic, no one doesn't know the coach. You talk from the security guard, you say, I will need to see a coach. They'll help you with all the men issues. Yes, we are dealing with men who are living with HIV, but men have a lot. So it becomes a one-on-one with a coach. So there's hypertension, there's also PSA, there's ushugela, there's dysfunction, erectile dysfunctions, which we also deal with, but one-on-one. So ubaba uma esekliniki has that thing yokuthi mayengena uzothola umama or usista ngithi. Kuba inkinga, you find a man has an STI, but seeing the beautiful lady in front of him, he'll start coughing and say, no, I've got flu. But when you talk to a man one-on-one, you'll tell him, "Hey, baba, ngidla inyama ebolile." We understand. So we need that. So we are outside there. We have a stall where you can have, there's different coaches from different facilities, whereby you can come in and talk to us. So you recall my time, but 5 minutes. I'm not going to waste your time, but I'll shorten my story. Me, as a man, I'm a man who's been living with HIV for 21 years, since from last month in March, guys. Being a coach, that's part of what I enjoy, because I get to talk about myself. I get to show other men who would say, HIV is not a death sentence. You can live your life according to how God has assigned it. The only thing I do that has changed in my life, it's me taking one pill every day. My life hasn't changed. I still go and groove. When I'm at the groove, I know I might not come back home by that time where I have to take the pills. I just put it, you know that small pocket. That's what I do. Come, masinokushaya, makushaya isikhathi, go to the toilet, take one, drink water, come out. Who saw me? No one, angithi. But it's me making it a lifestyle. Because HIV was introduced as death. It was just like COVID, angithi. We're not told how we can live with it, angithi. So I would advise every man, please visit our stall there, come talk, have a one-on-one, tell us your problems, we'll sort it out. Remember, these services are paid in men's clinic, but come to Health for Men. Everything is for free, angithi. So as testeni sizazi bafethu and know good siyapi pambili, because we're keeping men healthy and strong. That's our motto, angithi. Njoba see Health for Men. How do we keep men healthy and strong? Making sure first thing you know your status. Angithi, ukwazi status sakho. Oh, by the way, I also need to say, mina ngile stage abasibiza U is equals to U. Undetectable equals to untransmittable. Meaning angisakhoni ukuthelela omunye umuntu, I can't infect another person. So my partner is negative. We have 2 beautiful daughters. They are also negative, and we are having a normal life. So ukuba nani lana ngiyajabula ukubona bobaba nigcwele kanje. I would love to have ama one-on-ones, but you're not only gonna get me. The very same service you can get from me, each and every coach is well trained as I am. So come talk to us, everything is confidential. We also have a testing stall if you wanna test for HIV. We're also giving out oral quick test whereby you can self-test endlini. Ne? Ngiyabonga isikhathi senu bafethu, Health for Men coach, Mxolisi Dlamini. Thank you.
Hayi. Lento yokuphuza ipilisi etoilet, hayi. Angazi nina niyibona kanjani, hayi. Uthi why ungaliphuzi nje ipilisi la ukhona? Why kumele uye toilet? But it's good to break the stigma, right? Hey, leyo kudla inyama eboliwe, hayi. Laba abafike late, nginitshelile, this is a men's conference, but we are not sexist. Ashayini izandla. I'm told ukuthi the Minister of Social Development is coming. She's on her way. So she would like to speak to us. So prepare yourself for a ministerial speech. Please, ningangiphoxi, be respectful. I know you will behave very well. I would like to call now uGugu Maqethuka azontshela ngerepo. Gugs.
Hola, Nijani, Grand. So, igama uGugulethu. Today I'm coming from TaylorMe. TaylorMe is a bespoke suit making company. We are here today outside exhibiting. So, I had to melt akhuluma ngamajita azoshada. So, sikhona amajita will take care of you. Laba bashama anniversary sikhona will take care of you. Nalaba basayicabanga, you know, and you are still making money as a businessman. We are here to take care of you, to make you look great, to make, you know, from cradle to grave, sikhona, to make you look nice. So we've got branches in Rosebank, we've got one in Cape Town, and we've got another one in Pretoria. So for today, we have a very special and discounts for Amajita. You know, especially if I know you're going to these meetings next week. So si shaya amanyama suits washang 24 hours, and it's bespoke. It suits you, and it's made for you. So skona machita ngaphandle, just make a 10. So if you are ordering today, or you know you wanna, you know, we've got business cards that we can give you. Use G Empower, Empower is a code so that we can give you the discounts for today. So I want to thank my friend Usimpiwe Masiza for giving us this chance, and my mate Milt. Sibongile, gents.
Okay, I'm told the convoy is moving. Let your people talk to my people. The convoy is moving. We are going to play you a video of Empower Youth, because while we do EmpowaMen, we have to also be focused on the youth. So please enjoy the video of Empower Youth, and thereafter, Dumi Leroux will come and talk to you about lunch and the breakaways while we wait for the minister.
We have come here with tangible opportunities so that we can give about 233 young Zululand people an opportunity to enter the transport sector.
Kodwa umuntu olapha ofuna ukuzothuthukisa impilo yakhe, you are in the right place.
And that mill is going to employ 179 permanent young people below the age of 35.
The reason why you get to be given the challenges is to stretch you, because you only grow when you stretch.
I don't know what your dream is, but here's what I know. You were all born intentional.
Sanmonani, madoda qotho. Small little lady, right? No, so really, we just want to extend our gratitude as Empower Works. My name is Dumi Leroux, and I'm the acting general manager for the business, as well as the head of Empower Youth, which is the video that you've just seen. And Kirsten played one earlier on as well. And I just want to take some time just to speak a little bit on Empower Youth. I'm a young person and I'm passionate about the growth and development of young people within our country. And I think that's why our CEO, Mr. M, specifically then, saw potential in me and said, I'm looking for this person to really head up that particular department, and they've really done well over the years. We were established in 2015, really giving young people an experience for one day where they come in and they're exposed to different industries and opportunities in the world of work for them. And we've been graced enough to be able to expand over the years, and where we are today, we're able to host a 5-day summit with at least over 15 industry stages that speak to scarce skills in different industries, that speak to opportunities for youth within these industries, as well as how they're able to really tap into these opportunities. And the practicality really comes through when we host a summit and we bring these young people with industry into one platform. We've partnered with the likes of the Transport Education Training Authority, who will come in and commit a certain number of opportunities, 500 for instance, for the last mile delivery, where they really take these young people through the entire value chain of what it takes to be within that particular industry. And they're also provided with the resources that they require. So this is really what Empower Youth is all about. We're all about creating tangible change within township areas, within marginalized communities that really need intervention when it comes to youth development. I think where we are right now as a country, it's a pressing, situation that we're in to have to intervene and address youth unemployment. If we don't do this now, we're going to end up, having to face a ticking time bomb where the future of the nation is left behind, unemployed and unskilled. And that's why Empower Youth is definitely a catalyst in ensuring that we're creating change amongst young people, and we are changing their lives sustainably through the provision of opportunities together with industry. So again, that video that you've just seen is really a visual representation of how we run our platforms, and I must emphasize that we do really require support. We need industry to come in. We need you as men to support and believe in these initiatives, including this very one that we're seated in right now. I think this is one of our babies that we're really passionate about as a business, as Empower Works, and we're really looking for support through partnership. You come in and we're able to impact lives. The human ecosystem is really what we are, becoming an authority. Within that space, we do women, we do men, we do entrepreneurs, and we do youth. So we really are looking for support in terms of partnerships. If you are interested for youth and entrepreneurs, you are able to speak to me. I'm around, hovering all over the venue. If you're looking for women and you are looking for EmpowerWorks, Kirsten is also around. She's also hovering somewhere here. We've got other team members. Zazini Molo's in the lounge. So you're able to engage us and find out how you can get involved, especially if you do represent industry. I'm actually also here, and I'm becoming a bit longer. I was planning to be as short as I physically am, hence you can barely see me. But I'm here to give you direction of what's going to happen when we break after the session. So this was the main stage session, and after this, we're going to ask you then to have a little bit of refreshments. You can go out into the quad. We've got a restaurant there. We've got mobile trucks, food trucks, and you're able to get yourself a little bite before you then head over to the breakaways, which are out the doors, the main doors that you've come in, and on the left-hand side. But we do have ushers and my team. We're wearing these white hoodies and the royal blue ones. If you do need a bit of direction, they are available to assist you, just to show you where the breakaway sessions are. But like I said, out the main doors that you came in and to the left-hand side, you'll just head that way, and that's where the breakaways, where we'll be having intimate, hard-hitting conversation, and I guess that's why we're all here today. Bar that, please do note that at our reception area, where you came in once again, we do have books that are for sale. Our CEO is one of the publishers of one of them, or the authors rather, and it's the picture at the Fountain of Wisdom rather, and that book is available for 200 Rand. So should you be keen on grabbing yourself a copy, please do head to our reception area. And over and above that, I do know that a lot of people want to know if you are able to access our program. Again, the ushers are available to show you where to get our QR code scanning board, where you can just scan it with your mobile phone, or they can also assist you then in the front desk just to give you a sight of what the rest of the day looks like. But again, thank you so much for joining us. It's truly an honor and a pleasure to see rooms like this. I think this really sets the tone for the future of our country, and really we're practically implementing change through these honest and frank conversations around men, and how we can work together with men as women and become more progressive. So it's really exciting to see a room this full. Again, my name is Dumi Leroux. Thank you so much, and I think I'll call our MC back onto stage.
Agents, ngintshela ukuthi what happens at the men's conference stays at the men's conference. Simplif, ne? Khona manje bathi minister loku ngibheke online. Gents. Why ningakhathanga that cable? The minister is here, so I'm going to call her to come and address you. Minister Lindy Wezulu, are you ready? Amadoda afuna ukubona. Hayi sengimthiphile ukuthi no lana siyakhatha asileki. Siyakhatha. Aha, nango. Minister nankamotoda, nankamotoda wethu.
Program director ngeke ungiconfirm bocabanga ukuthi ngizovela ngapha. No. Isoja kufuneka ngivele la ngazi khona ukuthi ngiprotected. But also I must protect myself first before I ask anyone to protect me. A very good afternoon to you all. Ngibonge kakhulu Program Director for giving us, the Department of Social Development, this opportunity. I have just arrived, men, women, people of South Africa from the Eastern Cape. And let me tell you, Program Director, you thought anguzwa. Benguzwa ngila endleleni. Why benguzwa ngila endleleni is because Department of Social Development is in a TV yayo. So I just went to DSD TV, which is www.dsdtv. Niqhubeke kanjalo. So I listened to you speaking. I was expecting to see amadoda naseweseli. I don't know whether they performed or not. If not, maybe one will see them later. Let me first and foremost thank you, Program Director, for your introduction, but also thank the organizers that requested us to come here and speak at this very important occasion of EmpowaMen Summit. Yesterday, I was in the Eastern Cape, Nceha, and we had the ambassador of Tech here, who spoke after we were informed that the very week that we were there was a young girl who was killed by her boyfriend. Not only was there that story about the young woman who was killed by the boyfriend, but also there was a story of an elderly lady, a grant beneficiary, who was also robbed and killed and buried just in her own garden. The young woman who was killed, the girlfriend came to fetch her to be going to some place or nice place or whatever the case might be. And the mother of the woman said to her, "Uyaphi nale ndoda?" And she said, "Boyfriend wami songihamba naye." Kanti boyfriend ubengahambi yedwa, boyfriend ubehamba namanye futhi amadoda. What happened to that young woman will be known and be told by lawo madoda lawo who did whatever they did, because ultimately, having done what they did, they then decided to burn her, not entirely, but from here down. Obviously, they burned her because they did not want any evidence to be found, and we can only imagine that they probably burned her because they must have raped her first before they killed her. There are many, many other stories that one can tell. But what brings me here is the men and young boys, old men, younger men, and young boys who are standing up and saying, "Not in our name." I had to rush to come here. I've just arrived from the Eastern Cape, where we had very good programs again. And I decided I wasn't going to hang around the Eastern Cape and catch a later flight or travel tomorrow, but I decided I have to come here. And I decided to come here because from me, just me, Lindiwe Zulu, just put aside Ubu Minister, Nguzwile Program Director Uti will get a ministerial speech, yes. But in a space like this, it's not about the ministerial speech. It is about how I personally feel about what is happening in relation to gender-based violence and femicide. It is about I and my government, which I belong to, and the party that I belong to, the African National Congress, being able to support all the men who have stood up immediately when gender-based violence was seen as one of the worst things to ever happen in South Africa. One of those situations or things that put us in a very bad number when it comes to the world and the suffering of men and women. And of late, we know, we are now talking about the fact that there are also men who are being abused. There are also young boys who are being abused. It is not about a ministerial statement, because I think that if I do so, maybe we might be seen to be removing ourselves from this problem and thinking it is something that we just need our speech writers to sit and write the speeches, and we come and we deliver the speeches and we go. For me, it is not about that. I am a mother, I am a grandmother, and amongst being the grandmother, I have grandchildren, both boys and girls. And it is my responsibility, it is my aim, it is my everything to do everything I can to make sure that the grandchildren that I have grow up in a very different South Africa. And for that South Africa to be different, it calls on men, women, boys and girls to come together and say no to violence against women and children. We have declared 16 days of no violence against women and children, and we elevated it to 365 days campaign of protecting vulnerable persons, comprising of women, children, and the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, which we normally say is the LGBTQIA community, who are not spared from this scourge of violence, abuse. It is 30 years of our democracy. And what does that 30 years of our democracy mean when it comes to this painful picture that is painted of South Africa, that is painted of South African men, that is painted as a country that has got no tolerance, no feel for women and children? I want to say today, I believe this country of ours, 30 years down the line, has got men, women, boys, and girls who feel, who know the pain of what it is to be sexually abused, of what it is to be burnt alive, of what it is to be accused of just something that you as a person, if you belong to the LGBTQIA community, you have to be killed simply because that is your choice. And that is a choice that is given to you by the Constitution. A Constitution which, by the way, was delivered by people who sacrificed. It's a pleasure for some of us to be standing in such beautiful halls and be speaking to you all. But it is another pain when we recall and we rewind back. Where were we 30 years ago? Where were we 40 years ago? Where were we 50 years ago? Were we able to do what we are able to do today? And it is for this reason that we call upon you to help us to defend our democracy. But defending democracy that is written on paper, and not defending our communities, and not defending our homes, and not defending our streets, and not defending men and women who want nothing but to be able to live and live freely and be able to choose who they want to be. And not to defend women and girls to be able to walk down the streets without some stupid man whistling because they think they have the power to do that. Without some stupid man somewhere thinking, I can come to you and talk to you whether you want me to talk to you or not. You shall talk to me. Yesterday, the ambassador of Turkey spoke to us about empowering men. She didn't know anything about this summit that is taking place here. But as a woman from Turkey and as an ambassador, she was just saying to me as a minister, and to me as a woman, and to me as a mother, as a grandmother, she was saying, Minister, I think there is something that you are all missing. You think it is the women that need to be empowered when it comes to violence against women and children. It is the men that need to be empowered. And she was calling upon us, yes, as a department. She was saying, Minister, don't focus only on the men of the women and the girls and the young girls. Focus on the boy child too. Make them respect women. Let them start by respecting their mothers, their grandmothers, their aunts, their cousins. Let them start doing that right at home where they live. And then I told her that, Ambassador, you are spot on. I'm actually rushing back home in Johannesburg so that I can get the opportunity to speak here. So I don't want to deliver the ministerial speech. I want to deliver from my heart. I want to deliver from my experience being in the political space. I want to tell you that learning what it is to mingle with men and be able to rise amongst them and be able to be respected and me respecting them. I learned it when I joined the liberation struggle. I learned it when I found myself in Moscow being a student in the coldest place you can think of, and living there for 6 years in order for me to get my master's degree in journalism. I got to understand what it is to fight amongst your own members of the African National Congress, your own comrades, who actually think, yes, we are all here, we are all equal, we are students, but don't forget that you are a woman. I learned what I'm talking about here when I got to Angola to do my military training in 1989. Probably some were not even born. When I got to a camp where there were almost 100 men and there were only 2 women, myself and Martha. And when you go to your tent in the night, you think you are going to sleep. You end up thinking, I'm going to sleep with my boots and my uniform on, even though it is not allowed when you're a trainee. You have to be able to wake up when the bell rings and be able to put on your uniform, put on your boots, pick up your gun, go and ride. But when you're a woman, you needed also to think about the fact that, by the way, I'm in the middle of almost 100 men and there's only 2 of us. And all these men who are out there, they have some particular need, a need that they think they can only get from you. So when I speak to you and ask you to please walk with us, I'm not speaking from just because I'm a politician, just because I am a minister. I speak to you because part of what we have today in South Africa, in terms of the empowerment of women, in terms of having a constitution that has to defend women, we learned that in the camps. We learned that with Aboma Sisulu, Aboma Shope, Abonosivuwe Mapisa Ngagula, who would take a man and tell him, you have done something wrong, we are locking you up because you were not supposed to do what you did to that woman. I speak to you because I've walked the talk. I speak to you because I've lived it. I speak to you because, finally, I was brought up in a family that gender-based violence was not known. My grandfather lived a life of example to myself, to my sisters, to everybody, because my father died when I was only 11. My grandmother is the one that taught us that even nangesizulu, umuntu wesifazane akahlukunyezwa. That's how I grew up. And I'm standing here in front of you because I'm pleading with yourselves. I'm pleading with the entire nation. We do not need what is happening. What is happening needs you, mind, body, and soul, and your energy to make sure that even where you live, just know what's happening next door. Just say something when you see it. Because the problem is that we've got people who wake up next door and they know they heard the noises last night, but they say it's not their problem. They see when the woman walks out wearing sunglasses, ilanga lingekho, eya emsebenzini, they know what she is hiding. I'm speaking to you not just as a minister. Yes, I am a minister of social development. Yes, this is our responsibility, and it is not a responsibility of the Department of Social Development alone. It is a responsibility of all government as a whole, from top to bottom. It is a responsibility of our communities. It is a responsibility of every man, every young boy who looks at himself and say, it shall not happen under my watch. It will not happen as I watch it. And as I conclude, yesterday again, in East London, we were visiting a school and we were giving a communications center to our community in Duncan. The young boys and girls, they came and they had a play, theater, which, by the way, we have lost sight of, and it's one of the things that should help us in what we are doing. They came and they had a play of a young girl who thought she was in love with somebody. The somebody had other thoughts. And she visited him according to the play. And he forced himself upon her when she thought she was just visiting a boyfriend. Forced himself upon her with no protection whatsoever. In the play they show, she says, I got pregnant. I didn't want to have sex with him, but he pushed me on the bed. And she couldn't go and report it anywhere else. She only reported it to a male friend. And it was the male friend who explained it to her that actually you were raped, so you have to go and report to the police. Unfortunately, as the play says, she was already pregnant. And when she went to the boyfriend to say, I think I'm pregnant, I've missed my period, he said, go and abort it. So I speak to you with a pain in my heart, but I speak to you with confidence that this we shall defeat working together. I thank you very much.
Gents, that's what I said. This is no minister. Abakhuluma kanje abo minister. Nizwile speech, passion. Eh? So thank you very much, Minister. That was beautiful. Sometimes amadoda afuna ukuthethiswa, mantshela iqiniso, ni behave maniphuma nani. Nizwile ukuthi kuntswembu la ngaphandle. Minister, you'll be glad to hear that amadodana asewesele are here. And they are going to give us a wonderful performance which will take us to lunch. I need to encourage you guys to go to the breakaways after lunch. Angithi Utumi told you about them. So please do attend them. They're very important. That's where the actual men's conference is happening, because you're going to hear so much about the deeper issues. Hila khala khona madoda. So without any waste of time, can I please have the representative of Amadodana Asewesele to come and talk to us briefly, and then go straight away to their performance. Please put your hands together for Amadodana Asewesele.
Igama lakho maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama lakho maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama Baba wethu osezulwini, maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama Baba wethu osezulwini, maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama lakho maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama lakho maliphathwe ngobungwe, maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama lakho Baba wethu osezulwini, maliphathwe ngobungwe, maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama lakho maliphathwe ngobungwe, igama malepatwe ngobongwe kwele igama. Baba wethu osezulwini, malepatwe ngobongwe igama lakho.
Molweni. Molweni. God is good. All the time. Yeah, we can hear the response of the deep voice. Thank you very much. We are pleased to be with you, to be part of you. Abutata Bonke, the organizers, thank you for being part of this. This is Amadoda Nasewesi. We have been in this journey for 39 years of existence. Utatum Khati, our father, in the next 2 weeks, on the 11th of May, he will be honored in KZN and convert his name to not to become Mr., but he will become Dr. Mukhati. Those who want to honor us, those who want to contribute towards this journey, you are more than welcome to be in contact with us after giving you this last song to bless you, because you are blessed. If God is for us, no one can be against us. Thank you.
Jehovah,
Thank you, thank you. Amadoda nasewesile. Madoda, please sit down. We're about to go to lunch. You're going to get your marching orders, what to do after lunch from Kirsten. Kirsten.
Look at you, you're all still gorgeous. How divine. Okay, so after lunch, we're going really deep, okay? We've got a number of different conversations rooms. They're going to be a little bit more intimate, and you guys are going to get to converse. This is all about you. So the first one, we've got 2 sessions this afternoon. The first one starts at 1:30. So you don't have much time to eat lunch, so I'm going to speak quickly. The first one, we're talking depression and mental health. Now, I know a lot of you are battling with it. You don't really want to admit it, but it's there. So that's a really good topic to speak to, and I want to remind you that we have counselors as well who can help you out. Then we're going into a very controversial topic on consent, and this is talking to sexual consent. When does your yes become a no, and vice versa? And this is a very, very important topic as well. In fact, all of them are, so I'll stop saying that. Then we're going to be going into substance abuse and the fact that it can happen to anybody. Abner, who's going to be speaking about it, you'll look at him and you'll go, no ways, was he an addict? He was, and he was quite a hectic one. So speak to him. He's got a really interesting story. Then we're diving into the wounds that men carry. All of you carry wounds. All humans carry wounds. But how do those wounds impact the way in which you behave? We're going to dive into that. And it's a very intricate, nuanced conversation, and I encourage you all to jump into that as well. Then we're talking about GBV from a man abuse perspective. And this is, once again, kind of a hard topic to talk about, and it's something that isn't talked about very often. But we've got a bunch of guys who are going to be talking to you about it who have experienced it. And they are brave enough to be vulnerable and say, this is what happened to me. And they're there to sort of help you navigate that. Then we're going into how spirituality impacts you. Now, this is not your average church service. In fact, it's not even a church service. We're not talking about Christianity. We're talking about spirituality, higher power, whatever it is. How does this impact you as a man? That's our first afternoon session, okay? So much to talk about. Then we're going to go into sexual health, okay? Those are all things like erectile dysfunction, your prostate, getting you guys all sorted out so that you can perform as you would like to. Then we're going to talk about dad rights. Now, we know there are a lot of single dads out there, and a lot of you don't really know what your rights are. Not paying maintenance, you still need to see your kids. You're an important part of their lives. What are the other rights that you have as a father? Don't run away if your ex-partner is being nasty. Be in your children's lives. What are your rights around that? Very important. Then, divorce. Oh my word. A lot of divorced people out there. How do you navigate the complexities? How do you navigate it from a legal perspective? And how do you navigate it from a psychological and emotional perspective? It's a really tough one. It doesn't matter how long you've been married. It doesn't matter whether you like each other or not anymore. It's tough. And this is a big conversation that we're having. Then we're going to chat about what constitutes a family. Are there two dads? Are there two moms? Are there 4 moms and 1 dad? What constitutes a family in today's world? There are all sorts of different types and connotations and nuances as well. So we're going to dive into that too. Then we're going to look at the changing role of men in society, a man's place today. Do you know what your place is? I think a lot of us are questioning that. A lot of you are questioning that. Women are too. So let's dive into that and discover who you are now in this world today. And finally, we're going to talk about your roots and how they impact you. And all of these are about the journey of redefining masculinity, which is what we're here to do today. I really encourage you to all go in, choose a topic, dive in. We are recording, we are streaming, so if you miss out, I'm sure there's 3 or 4 that you want to attend at the same time. Don't worry, you won't miss out. But go in and please engage. This is your conversation. This is your opportunity to create those brotherhoods, to be vulnerable, and to find ways to be accountable. Okay, off you go and have lunch, and we'll see you in the conversation rooms. Thanks, everyone.
So some of the facilitators that Kirsten has spoken about on those topics, you may recognize the names. We've got Hakim Anderson Lesolang, Paul Nzimande, Kaugelo Habiane, Linda Yende, you know Linda, who's very famous, Fina Kodisang, Lieutenant Colonel Jiga Zugile, Michael Benevolent Massina, and then, of course, I mentioned when we started, Apna Mariri on substance abuse, and Craig Wilkinson. And of course, we have Sechaba Musiela, who you saw here on GPV. And we've got Velenkosin Nzibande, Martin Peders, Dr. Kukuletu Kaba, Inja Yegame Yase Israel, Eyazi Okapi, Sandile Memela, Inja Epalayo, Intatele Nkulu. And then we've got Naye Lupondwana, Dr. Stephen Mulukeng, Anele Siswana, Dr. Tim Groch. So those are the people who would be facilitating, discussing the various sessions you're going to have after lunch. So if you know some of them, please go and support the conversation. Enjoy.